That is correct. And so if we have Aaron, we are ready to go.
We do have Aaron. Look, there he is.
There he is. Good evening.
Great.
All right. I see Taylor says that channel 8 is on air and ready. So Brenda, you give me the high sign and we'll get us going.
Great. We are recording, Sam, so you're ready to start.
Welcome, everyone, to the Boulder's October 26, 2021 special City Council meeting. There's only one announcement for tonight. It's the usual one. COVID vaccinations are available and encouraged, and there's new guidance around boosters. You can get more information on getting your vaccine course at www.bouldercounty.org/families/COVID-19/vaccines. And with that, I think we are ready to go. Alicia, if you could please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. Councilmember Brockett.
Present.
Friend.
Here.
Nagel.
Here.
Swetlick.
Present.
Wallach.
Sorry about that. Present.
Weaver.
Here.
Yates.
Here.
And Young.
Present.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Excellent. Our first item tonight will be to amend the agenda. So I'm seeking a motion to add 4 items to tonight's agenda. Add item 2D, which is disbanding the CU South Process Subcommittee. Item 2E, which came across on hotline just a few minutes ago. Consideration of a motion to call a special council meeting on November 9th of this year. Item 4C, which is performance evaluation and merit raise for Judge Cook. And item 7A, discussion on in-person hybrid meeting attendance the last couple of meetings this year. So could I get a motion to amend the agenda, please?
So moved.
Second.
Anyone object to amending the agenda? Perfect. Seeing no objections, the agenda is amended. And with that, we will move on to our next item, which is a declaration honoring Boulder Shelter for the Homeless Director Greg Harms for his 19 years of service. And that will be presented tonight by Councilmember Adam Swetlick. Adam.
Thank you, Sam. I'll begin the declaration now. Greg Harms began his work at the Boulder Shelter for the Homeless in 1995 as a volunteer for the organization. He joined the board of directors in 1997, and after serving on the board for 5 years, was named the chief executive officer in 2002. Throughout his 26-year tenure at Boulder Shelter for the Homeless, Greg has been a standard bearer for the effort to end homelessness. Greg led the effort to create the 160-bed shelter at 4869 Broadway, and worked diligently to change the sheltering culture to one that focuses on exiting people from homelessness. Greg's dedication to the environment contributed to making the shelter one of the first LEED certified shelters in the United States. Greg was instrumental in the development of Boulder County's 10-year plan to end homelessness, participating in every committee and task force, and using his engineering background to help the work groups gain consensus through data, logic, and objectivity. In 2006, he started the first countywide permanent supportive housing program. Greg was a leading partner in establishing the city's first permanent supportive housing building at 1175 Lee Hill Drive, which opened in 2014. Greg was a lead participant in the homelessness working group in 2016 to 2017, helping to craft the city's homelessness strategy and to launch the transformative coordinated entry and housing focused shelter programs. Over Greg's career at Boulder Shelter for the Homeless, the shelter has provided care to thousands of Boulder County residents. Through his work with several ballot measures such as the Worthy Cause Tax and his long-term leadership at Boulder Shelter for the Homeless, Greg helped to create a real pathway to housing. Greg has made himself available at all council meetings to help further the discourse on homelessness actions, providing expert advice and counsel. He has been dedicated to community input and has regularly met with the shelter's neighbors to work through community concerns and input. Since late 2017, the shelter has been the primary agent in exiting over 1,100 people from homelessness in Boulder. Boulder Shelter for the Homeless currently provides direct support to over 130 people in housing, which is more than the average number of people using the shelter on a nightly basis. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, recognize, honor, and appreciate the distinguished efforts of Greg Harms and his many contributions toward ending homelessness in Boulder.
Thank you so much for that, Adam. Do we have Greg here or anyone to accept this?
I
Okay.
am not seeing Greg here.
Okay, super. Well, with that, I think we'd all echo everything that Adam said in that declaration. Greg, thank you so much for your 25 years or so of service. And I see that we have Kurt Fernhaber here. Kurt, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Sam. I think Greg is on. I'm not sure if they can find his connection though, but I know that he's listening. Yeah, apologize for the technicalities. But I know Greg did want to thank the council for its partnership with the shelter over these years. And when I spoke with him this afternoon, he wanted to express his thanks in the progress around housing first and changing the whole mission of the shelter from a shelter to actually a path to home. I don't know if he's been able to get connected yet, but I know that's the message that he spoke to me about this afternoon.
Excellent. And I see that we have a hand from Tiffany Stamos on the attendees. So I don't know if we want to try and move Tiffany over if that happens to be Greg or not. But with that, I will also echo what Kurt just said about the transition that Greg has guided the homeless shelter through to be a housing first oriented pathway to home that has been incredibly effective. And we know much more now than I think we did when Greg first got on. And I see Greg is here. Greg, we've got you under the name Tiffany. We've got your name changed. So you are on and live if you have a few words you'd like to say.
Thanks, Sam. Sorry about the technical difficulties there. But thank you all for the recognition. As Kurt said, it takes a team, and there's no better team member than the city in this effort to try to end homelessness. The city has been the key partner in our efforts to end individual homelessness, and I want to thank Kurt and his team for all of their efforts. Because it doesn't happen with just one person or one agency. It's clear that we haven't ended homelessness in our community, but we have taken literally hundreds of people off the streets permanently. And I think we can all share in that success. Thank you again for the kind words. And I just want to encourage us all to continue to work to make our community one where every single member really thrives. So thanks again.
Thank you very much, Greg. And I will open the floor. Any council members have any words that they want to say? I see lots of thumbs up. So Mary.
Yeah, Greg, I just wanted to thank you for your collaborative leadership role that you displayed, especially in the last few years when that really made a difference, when all of the organizations came together to really have common data and start collecting the data. I think that was instrumental in the successes that have been experienced of housing people. When Sam and I first got on council, there was actually not much data. And so it's really come a long way. And there is still a way to go, but it has really, really come a long way. And thank you for your willingness to be collaborative and cooperative and change a lot of the systems that that were changed in order to make that happen. So thank you very much, and best wishes for you.
Thank you, Mary. Bob.
Yeah, I want to add my thanks as well. Greg, as you know, in your 26 years with the shelter, you've mentored many dozens of city council members who've come and gone, and taught each of us about homelessness and the best solutions to homelessness. You've helped the community understand homelessness and the causes and the solutions. There's a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding about it. You've been very patient and thorough as you've guided each of us down this path and this journey, and I think we're all better people for it. So not only have you helped those who are unhoused find permanent housing, you've helped the rest of us who are housed help those who are unhoused. So thank you for your mentorship and your education through the years.
Great. Thank you, Bob. And I'll just close by saying, when I got on council, I had no idea what a complex and wicked problem homelessness is. And so, Greg, the years that you've devoted to helping make that pathway better for people who are in need has been extremely helpful. And as Bob said, you've had to bring a lot of us along with what you've seen. So thank you so much for doing that. Great. All right, and with that, we will move on. Our next, Alicia, if you take us to our next item, please.
Yes, sir. And next, we have our consent agenda, which has items A through E.
Very good. And one of the items that we have is item 2C, which is Resolution 1300, which concerns commitment to achieving new climate goals. And I know that I think we have staff here, so I'll turn to you, Nuria, if you'd like to introduce that.
Sure. We have tonight Jonathan Cohn and Lauren Tremblay to speak to the issue.
Excellent.
Great. Thank you, Nuria. Appreciate it very much. Mayor Weaver, members of council, I'm Jonathan Cohen, Interim Director of Climate Initiatives Department. So I have 3 short slides, and I see that Taylor has queued it up for me right there. So I want to just kind of go through this fairly quickly, but it's a significant thing that we're doing tonight. So I did want to pause and talk a little bit about how we got to where we are. So first, a few months ago at your June 8th study session, our staff team presented really what was a revised framework for local climate action that included what we were calling a systems-based framework for updating our climate-related goals and targets. So at that time, council requested we bring those proposed goals back in the form of tonight's resolution. So to frame this up a little bit, I think we're all aware that scientists tell us we have roughly until 2030 to make the massive societal system scale changes required to avoid what are going to likely be the worst effects of climate change. So we know the situation is urgent, but we're also in an incredibly inspiring moment. So I think we all recognize that every day new leaders are joining this cause from every corner of the globe, including here in Boulder. So our community is poised to take this next step in our work. Moving forward, though, the community's climate action work must look different than it has in the past. So in our June session, we laid out a handful of key challenges and insights learned from our work at the local level. So next slide, please. First among those is those lessons anyway, is that the latest science shows that much more aggressive targets are necessary to meet what is this rapidly accelerating impact of climate change. In other words, our targets should be updated to reflect the latest science. So there is action on all fronts, but we know we need to move faster, which is why a growing number of cities from around the world are setting lofty goals, but are also carrying through with timely, impactful plans in support of what we're calling transformative actions. So at the same time, we still need to focus on how to deliver on the commitments we've already made. So as we move to set more ambitious goals, we're still committed to reaching existing energy and zero waste objectives, including our 2025 zero waste goal and achieving 100% renewable electricity by 2030. A second insight is that consumption-based emissions, which are those associated with goods and services and emissions caused by land and ecosystem degradation, are factors that have really been underrepresented in most conventional methods of accounting for emissions, and that includes our own emissions accounting system in Boulder. So stabilizing climate will require both more inclusive accounting of those impacts and coordinated efforts within and beyond Boulder's boundaries to address those factors. And a third challenge that we brought forward in June is that both adaptation and resilience and equity have to be considered integral elements in all of our climate action. So climate change is a crisis that places a disproportionate burden on our most vulnerable populations. So that's our low-income communities, communities of color, seniors, people with disabilities. So our response to the climate crisis has to be accelerated and focused on adapting to the impacts we're already feeling and preparing for those changes ahead. So next slide, please. So Resolution 1300 is intended to set ambitious goals and targets backed by meaningful numbers that encompass all major greenhouse gas emissions and focuses city actions in support of achieving larger regional and national climate targets, including reducing emissions 70% by 2030 against a 2018 baseline. Second, becoming a net zero city by 2035 and becoming a carbon positive city by 2040. So let me unpack that briefly. To achieve net zero emissions by 2035 essentially means that all human caused greenhouse gas emissions produced by our community must be largely eliminated. And then balancing any emissions out that we emit into the atmosphere needs to be done through removing an equivalent amount. I want to also point out it's going to require a total transformation of our energy systems that underpin our economies. Later this evening, you're going to get an update on the Excel partnership, and we need to make sure we stay on track to what was committed to with our utility provider related to stepping up our efforts to switch from using fossil fuels, which is still the biggest cause of climate change. So switching them to carbon positive, that essentially means that an activity goes beyond achieving net zero carbon emissions to create an environmental benefit by removing additional carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And I think we know that that's going to require significant changes in land use planning, ecosystem regeneration to sequester or pull out carbon from the atmosphere to both neutralize existing emissions to reach net zero and draw down previously released carbon. I do want to say, for those of you that are watching it at home, this may feel a little bit complicated, and I'm going through it pretty rapidly, but we do have a lot of background on how these specific goals were selected, the accounting methodology, and a substantial list of the objectives, targets, key performance indicators, and very specific strategies. Many of those are included in the June 8th study session packet, which was linked in tonight's memo also. So before I turn this back to you, Mr. Mayor, tonight's resolution is part of a sequence of conversations that we are having on our local climate action. There is no question that our approach has to be ambitious, but it also has to be deliverable, meaning our targets are one thing, but implementation is yet another. The June session was intended to introduce this new climate action framework. We'll be coming back in early December to Council to present on the types of transformational moves that we believe are required to meet these new goals and about the necessary funding to implement them. I also want to acknowledge one last thing, which is it's 5 days until the start of the 26th Climate Summit in Glasgow. That is regarded as one of the biggest ever world meetings on how to tackle global warming. The summit is seen as pretty crucial at the global scale, but I want to just point out that the next decade is really going to require unprecedented changes to how our cities operate and what each of us can do. We know stabilizing climate change won't be easy, but we also know that implementing climate solutions will make our cities better. So our pathway may feel narrow and somewhat challenging, but it is feasible, provided we all continue to take action so that the goals don't slip out of reach. So it is an honor to turn this resolution over to you, Mayor Weaver. And on a personal note, I just wanted to say, for those of you that are nearing the end of your council tenure, it's been a true honor working with each of you, and we are also grateful for your tireless support of our community's climate work. With that, I will hand this back to you, Mayor Weaver.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. That is great. And I guess I will say that I am very hopeful that this resolution with its new targets is as useful as a touchstone as the racial equity resolution has been to the work that we have done since then, something that future councils can point back to and reference as they work through those actions that you pointed out, Jonathan. There's no bigger challenge that we have to face as a city and as a state and a nation. So thank you for bringing this forward. It's great to see the follow through. We'll have all those points of touch that you talked about later on tonight, as well as in December. And with that, Council, any comments on this or any other of the items that we have on the consent agenda tonight? Great. Seeing none, would somebody like to move the consent agenda for us?
I move the entire consent agenda.
Second.
Awesome. We have a motion and a second. And Alicia, my notes tell me this is roll call. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Great. If you could walk us through, that'd be wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Brockett.
Aye.
Friend.
Yes.
Nagel.
Aye.
Swetlick.
Yes.
Wallach.
Aye.
Weaver.
Aye.
Yates.
Yes.
And Young.
Yes.
The consent agenda passed, sir, unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And Jonathan, thank you for being here and your presentation on the resolution. And with that, Alicia, would you like to take us to our next item?
Of course, sir. Thank you. Next on our agenda tonight, we have our public hearings, item number 4. Item number 4A is the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8509, amending sections 2-2-15 neighborhood permit parking zones and 4-20-49 neighborhood parking permit fee. Chapter 4-23 neighborhood parking zone permits and 7-6 parking infractions, BRC 1981. This is in order to implement access management and parking strategies and setting forth the related details.
Thank you, Alicia. And Nuri, I'll hand it to you.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. And I understand Erica Vandenbrand is here and will start us off, kicking off to Chris, unless somehow that has gotten mixed up. But I'll start with Erica.
Thank you very much. I'm Erica Vandenbrand, Director of Transportation Mobility, and Transportation and Mobility is one half of the partnership. The other half is with Community Vitality on the access management and parking strategy, affectionately known as AMPS. Today, we have Chris Jones and also Chris Hagelin with us to be able to talk about next steps and to ask for your action in terms of an ordinance to actually implement many of the changes to the strategy that were originally presented to you earlier in the summer. So with that, I will turn it over to Chris and Chris.
Thank you so much, Erica. I'm starting to share my screen. Hopefully that is showing up. Is everyone seeing a presentation?
I see it, Chris.
Great. All right. Well, good evening, Council. My name is Chris Jones. I'm the Deputy Director of Community Vitality. I'm also joined today by Leah Mayotte. She's our Product Support and Customer Service Supervisor. She's here to help answer any questions you might have regarding specific permit products later in our conversation. I'm going to run through some slides because the action really tonight is really tied to some ordinance changes that we presented to you that were needed back in June at a study session, but just want to share some progress that we have to date. So again, the overall objectives of this work that's been underway for over a year now is to rework both our neighborhood parking management and our parking pricing approach to be more aligned with broader city goals around access and mobility. I'm not going to go through all the work that we've done to effectively collaborate with community partners, the general public, boards and commissions, and other stakeholders, but do want to point out that we've met with a number of boards and commissions at our study session in June. Council asked us to also meet with the Environmental Advisory Board and the Human Relations Committee to better understand the balance between social and environmental issues and the decisions that we're making in this work. And some feedback that we've received from them will be included in an information item that's going to the new council by the end of this year. This slide should look really familiar to you all. It's the first steps that we'd identified if we were to move on with the council-supported priority-based neighborhood access management. We have already made the changes necessary through the budget process to increase the residential permit rates from $17 to $30 in 2022. We inadvertently did not include the commuter permit rates. And so some of the work that you're considering tonight is updating the ordinance to increase commuter permit rates by $20 in 2022. And as communicated in June, we need to update our ordinance and regulations to allow for the new NPP process that's been proposed. And so that's a majority of the work that's been done. And thanks so much to Sandra and her team on the language changes for the ordinance for you all to consider tonight. I'm not going to go through the rest of these action items, but we've been underway in all the other steps that we intended to take in pursuing our 2022 work plan. But of course, we're happy to answer questions about other progress to date, but that will be included in an information item before the end of the year. Again, so for our parking pricing strategy, the increases in our on-street rates from $1.25 to $1.50 were included in the broad budget proposal for 2022. And so no additional work needs to happen at this time to pursue that for January 1. I will note that based on council feedback around weekend pricing in garages, Saturday and Sunday will remain free in our city-owned garages in 2022. There is an added work item in 2022 to do additional analysis on the possibility of weekend pricing. And so more to come on that in the future. I also want to point out an additional element to you all that we've included for implementation for January 1st. It's the implementation and advertisement of free short-term parking that's duration of 15 minutes or less in garages and on street once per day. In garages, it's unlimited, any visit, and it's always been this way. We just have not advertised it very well, that any parking duration that's less than 15 minutes is free. With our new pay stations, we're able to offer one 15-minute or less session per day per license plate. So folks who need to pop downtown or to one of our managed districts for a quick errand that should take less than 15 minutes will be able to do so using that the new parking pay stations to access that free parking. For our parking fine strategy, again, one of the steps we need to take is updating our ordinance to allow for graduated fines and mobility safety fines that we presented to you back in June, and that's another piece of the work this evening. Along those lines, again, we have a lot of work to continue to do to work with our partners and educate the general public on the changes that are coming. And that's included our next steps in continued community engagement. We also, as I mentioned, are preparing an information item for the new council to get up to speed on all the work that's previously been done in the proposed 2022 work plan that includes other elements of the AMPS work. So that will include updates on the curbside management work, parking code changes that's being led by planning, and also TDM ordinance work. So this again is a multi-department effort. It takes a village. I think I heard earlier it takes teamwork to make the dream work, or some version of that. And so we've been working really hard across departments to help carry these things forward. In community vitality, we're going to continue to seek to create new parking products to especially better serve lower wage earners and small businesses. And we're going to continue to collect data to better understand the needs of our broader customers, and when possible, test product pilots moving forward. With that, I'll get back to the work of tonight with our proposed ordinance changes and suggestion motion language for your consideration, and to get feedback from the public in the public hearing. And of course, we're all here to help answer your questions. And so with that, I'm happy to stop sharing my screen and hand it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chris. And thank you, staff, for the presentation. I see, Bob, you have a question.
Yeah, just two things. Thanks for that presentation, Chris. Thanks for keeping parking free on Saturdays and Sundays in our garages. Sounds like we'll have further discussion about that next year, but for now, they can remain free, and that is important for our downtown businesses as they recover from the pandemic. One quick question for you, Chris. You mentioned 15 minutes of free parking on street using the kiosk. Does that also work for those who use the Park Mobile app?
That is a great question, and Leah Mayotte is here. I know for sure we have tested the programming in our pay stations, and I think we are also exploring to make sure we can use Park Mobile, but she can confirm.
Yeah, we're going to do our best to make sure that on-street parking is a consistent experience, so that 15 minutes free would be for both using the pay stations and then people that are paying mobily as well.
Great, thank you.
Great. Council, any other questions? Great. Seeing no questions, we have a public hearing to open. And before we do that, I would turn to Brenda Rittenauer and see, Brenda, do you want to put up some slides about our code of conduct for public hearings?
I sure do, Sam. I think most of the folks from our next hearing are also here, so maybe this will suffice for both hearings. Let me go ahead and share my screen. And as you can all see on these slides, we do want to make you aware that the city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, for staff, and for council, as well as supporting democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about the vision, you can go to the city's website, and from the homepage, just search the words "productive atmospheres" is the easiest way to find that page. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during tonight's meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to continue conducting this meeting are prohibited. And participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their name in order to be allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted at virtual meetings. If you do need to have your name changed and you're not sure how to do that, please message me in the Q&A box and I'm happy to help you with that. I may also reach out to you in the chat if I'm not seeing your name as it's registered. Thanks so much, Sam. That's all.
Great. Thank you very much, Brenda. And for our public hearing tonight, we only have one speaker. And so that speaker will have 3 minutes to address us. That speaker is Timothy Thomas. So Timothy, when you are ready, you will have 3 minutes to speak on the parking issue.
And Sam, I am not seeing Timothy on the list. So Timothy, if you are here, if you could use your raise hand button, because sometimes folks are here under a different name. And then we can get your name changed and unmute you.
Like you, Brenda, I do not see Timothy anywhere either. So with that, we will go ahead and close the public hearing. And thanks for the guidelines. We'll use those in the next one as well. And bring it back to council. Council, any discussion or a motion on this item? Mary and then Aaron. Mary.
So I just wanted to thank staff for carrying the banner on this for so long. It really has been a long time coming. And a lot of these are very necessary changes that bring us up to date. And I'm happy to see that they are, that we're taking it in steps to make sure that our strategies are well thought out and equitable. And I really appreciate the work because this is a real important piece of how our city functions. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary. Aaron.
I'll go ahead and make a motion. So I'll move that we adopt ordinance 8509, amending sections 2215 neighborhood permit parking zones and 42049 neighborhood parking permit fee, chapters 423 neighborhood parking zone permits, and 76 parking infractions in order to implement access management and parking strategies and setting forth related details.
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Aaron, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I'll echo Mary's thanks. And the AMPS road has been an extremely long one. I remember first talking about it when I was on planning board like 9 years ago or something. So really glad to see these changes come through. I think they're common sense. They're moving us in the right direction. I think our parking policies are improving. We're taking a few graded steps, which makes sense. And then I look forward to future phases as well. So Chris and Leah and your teams, thanks so much for all the work you've done, and I look forward to the implementation of this going forward.
Thank you, Aaron. Mary, anything else?
No, other than thank you so much.
Great. Any other council members? I guess I will step in and say thank you as well. It is great to see these concrete steps going forward with parking pricing, and I know that we have a pause on new NPPs, but I know that we will be touching the next council. We'll touch those rules, as well as I think a holistic look at parking. I think all of our parking regulations might be something that the next council gets a chance to take a look at. This is a great first step. I agree with Mary and Aaron on that. So thank you all for bringing that forward. And then I think we are ready for a vote on this item. And I think it's a roll call. Alicia, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right. If you would walk us through the roll call on this, that'd be great.
Thank you. Councilmember Friend.
I'm a yes.
Nagel.
Aye.
Swetlick.
Yes.
Wallach.
Aye.
Weaver.
Aye.
Yates.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
And Brockett.
Aye.
Sir, ordinance 8509 was adopted unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And when you are ready, if you'd take us to the next item, please.
All right. Our next item is, again, a public hearing, item 4B. It is the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8510, which amends Title IX, the Land Use Code, to allow restaurants as limited uses in regional parks within the public P zoning district and setting forth related details.
Excellent. Thank you. And Nuria, if you'd like this one.
Thank you, Sam. And I just want to, before staff starts with their presentation, just sort of acknowledge that the topic of restaurants in our regional parks has generated a lot of conversation in the past month, specifically around the new restaurant at the Boulder Reservoir. But truthfully, my understanding is that the topic has been around much further than that, dating back to 2012. At your request tonight, we have staff from Parks and Recreation and the Planning and Development Services Department to present a proposed code change that will hopefully clarify the role of restaurants in regional parks. So again, I want to acknowledge that the topic has generated some tension within our community over the summer months. And I want to honor the hard work and engagement the Parks and Rec Department has done since neighbors began sharing their issues. And while I'm supportive of staff's recommendations, I also want to acknowledge all the comments we have received, both in support and critical of our approach. However folks feel about the topic, I can honestly attest that staff has actively listened to community feedback and tried their very best to find a path forward that works for the entire community. And with that, I'll pass it on to Carl Geiler to get us started.
Thank you, Nuria. Good evening, council members. I'm going to present ordinance 8510 to the City Council tonight. This relates to restaurants within the regional parks of the City of Boulder. This is freezing up. Let's see if this moves. There we go. So the purpose of tonight is to hear the presentation on the ordinance and then followed up with clarifying questions for staff. Following that, we'll have a public hearing on the ordinance, and then City Council deliberation of the ordinance, and then decision on the ordinance. So I'm going to start with just a brief overview of what's contained in the ordinance. What's proposed would be a change to the land use code, and it would permit restaurants as principal uses within the use table within regional parks. So there's 3 regional parks within the City of Boulder, and I'll talk about that. So that's contained within attachment A of your packet. The restaurants would be allowed in regional parks which are larger than 100 acres in size. And there's also a stipulation in there that would change it. It would basically be regulated as a limited use where it would be considered by right was within 500 feet of a residential zone, it would then require use review. So again, this would apply to 3 regional parks in the city. So you have Boulder Reservoir up near Gun Barrel. You have Valmont City Park in East Boulder, as well as Flatirons Golf Course in East Boulder. And these are areas that are all zoned P for public. So certainly discussions about the reservoir restaurant have raised the idea that perhaps it makes more sense to consider restaurants in larger parks as principal uses, since the use would be consistent with comp plan policies related to parks, and also the goals of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan for amenitizing park spaces and creating memorable spaces for the community to gather. So to talk about this more, I'm going to turn it over to Allie Rhodes, who's our Director of Parks and Recreation.
Thanks, Carl, for the introduction. Good evening, members of council and the community. So I'm here to share just a little bit more about how this code will align, how this change ordinance would align the code with multiple planning efforts, which I believe is why council suggested this approach earlier this summer. Carl just spoke a little bit about the comp plan, but I do want to highlight with just in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which is how the comp plan outlines that we fulfill the Parks and Recreation related goals of the comp plan. The 2014 plan had policy direction to seek us, directing us to develop partnerships that are mutually beneficial and really help leverage opportunities to maintain the community's assets and provide community benefit. Engagement to date for our master plan update, including input from yourselves and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, supports continuation of those partnership efforts. Our current financial challenges certainly accentuate the value of diverse revenue streams to help us deliver on our core mission services like addressing health equity. Restaurants and parks can generate revenue for the city, thus providing subsidy to help us broaden accessibility. One of the goals we've discussed several times with you specifically and recently last year when we were discussing the capital project at the Flatirons Golf Course. So if we go to the next slide, I'd love to share a little bit more about how the ordinance aligns the code with very specific goals for each of our regional parks as outlined in the concept plans. As you're aware, our team has worked for months now to listen hard to concerns about operations at the Boulder Reservoir and proactively address them. In the spring, we developed a management plan for the restaurant based on input we received from neighbors, other community members, the PRAB, and some members of council. It's been carefully reviewed to ensure it complies with current zoning and code. And examples of responsiveness to concerns that we've heard include spending thousands of dollars on sound equipment that continuously monitors and records sound levels to ensure we're complying with noise ordinances and not impacting neighbors or wildlife. We've spent significantly more in staff time trying to reconcile the concerns that we've heard. On our website, we've linked to a lot of that information to demonstrate these efforts. And I want to highlight that reservoir operations are not planned to shift based on the outcomes of this ordinance. The management plan adopted for 2021 will carry into 2022 when we're excited to finally achieve a more complete vision of the concept plan. And we believe we can do that and be good stewards of the reservoir. Our community engagement methods continue to improve based on the work of the Public Participation Working Group and the city's award-winning engagement framework. And investment in each of these regional parks are guided by plans that were developed with multiple opportunities for community engagement, adjusted based on input from the community and the PRAB, and unanimously approved by the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. On the screen is the concept plan the PRAB unanimously approved for the reservoir in 2017. It reflects their input that the public-facing areas should be prioritized for lake views and that accessibility be a focus. On the left, building D in that figure is conceptualized more in the image on the right, and it's an add-on that was approved in the concept plan, a space dedicated for community gathering for events, learning, or other needs. To be built only if a partner was on board at construction and willing to fund that aspect of the project. That did not happen, and Parks and Recreation funds were prioritized for the base needs, and we're working to fulfill the goals of the project that the PRAB approved, which are also outlined on this slide. In response to conversations this summer, we've heard continued support for the goals of this concept plan and this partnership from across the community and even some neighbors. We know we have not reached agreement with other neighbors, and that is disappointing given the time and money invested and how challenging it has been. And yet we continue because the broader community has expressed support for public-private partnerships in restaurant and our regional parks. and because Boulder's regional parks are designed and operated to serve the broader community and region. In the council memo, we've outlined the planning efforts at all 3 regional parks that support this ordinance. At the reservoir, the building is complete and poised to fulfill its purpose to support events and dining. We have a lease to guide the operation signed with a partner who has weathered this storm by our side, eager to help fulfill the community vision at this unique and special place. At the Flatirons Golf Course and on your next slide, you can see that we're out to bid for construction now on the new facility that is informed by a PRAB unanimously approved concept plan that includes a restaurant. We look forward to cultivating a strong public-private partnership to help people eat, gather, and celebrate in a part of town that is interested in more food, as expressed in the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan. The golf course is adjacent to the southern border of that area. Approval of this ordinance would certainly set us up for great conversations as we begin partnership exploration this fall. Not too far away at Valmont City Park, which is included in the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan, the South Valmont Concept Plan also includes opportunities for public-private partnerships to enhance the experience and community through food. The city making clear the ability to operate restaurants in these regional parks would certainly support our efforts to cultivate strong public-private partnerships at Flatirons and Valmont. And so I hope you've heard how this ordinance would align with Boulder Comp Plan and city policy, and how the ordinance also supports Parks and Recreation Master Plan goals and the site-specific goals for each of our 3 regional parks. We've discussed this approach with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and they appreciate how it is specific to the 3 regional parks, which have unanimously approved concept plans that include these goals. And they support council's review of leases for restaurants and parks to ensure each is appropriate to its site. And so if you go to the next slide, my colleague Carl earlier shared what this ordinance does, and I want to highlight it what does not do. It would not negate any existing contractual agreements. It does not allow us to negatively impact neighbors or wildlife. We still have a responsibility to uphold our commitments and be stewards of natural lands. It does not eliminate public processes associated with lease review. And it does not eliminate our responsibility to manage performance of our partners to ensure they are fulfilling city goals and commitments. But what it does do is allow the city to cultivate partnerships. It will show we mean what we say when we believe in public-private partnerships that are mutually beneficial. And we can do that and be good neighbors. They are not mutually exclusive. It will support our existing partnership at the reservoir now without changing the operating plan, our ability to build a great neighborhood place at the golf course very soon, and at Valmont City Park someday. With that, I'm going to hand this back to Carl to talk about the details of the ordinance.
Thank you, Allie. So getting back to the details of the ordinance, I'm going to go into the technical aspects. So really quick, restaurants on city property are most often considered accessory uses in that they're secondary to the primary uses on the site. So one example, the Seeds Cafe in the library. That'll continue. This is not something that would change as a result of this ordinance. Again, we're focused just on restaurants within the regional parks, so those 3 parks. So what basically would change in the code is in the use table, there's a line item for restaurants and industrial zones. We're proposing to change that to industrial and public zones. And then we would create a new limited use. So again, a limited use is basically keeping it as an allowed use, an allowed principal use, as long as it meets the requirements within what's stated in the use. And it's usually fairly limited to what's stated in that category. So in this case, we're proposing an L18 that would basically say it would have to be a restaurant within a regional park, which is greater than 100 acres in size, and then is greater than 500 feet from a residential zone. If it were less than 500 feet from a residential zone, it would require use review. And the reason we took that approach is it's wholly consistent with other restaurants within the city of Boulder. There's many examples around the downtown and around the hill where if you have a restaurant, that's greater than 500 feet from a residential zone, it's a by right use. And then within that 500 feet, it triggers use review. So it would be the same as applied in other areas of town. And making it a principal use would allow some flexibility for that restaurant use. But again, also remembering what Ali was talking about with the greater oversight that exists with the public involvement involved in the lease agreement review and the ultimate approval either by Parks and Rec Advisory Board or City Council. So obviously we're referencing regional park in this ordinance. And so it does require us to add a regional park definition to our code, trying to advance this. So here's our proposed definition for regional park, again, done in consultation with Parks and Recreation and put into our land use code. Also, because it's a unique situation where a restaurant would be sharing parking with a park, we've added just another parking requirement that would relate to these uses, being that they're in parks and not in other parts of town where they're sharing parking with other uses or on their own individual site. So we do have a new parking requirement proposed for these. So we did present this ordinance to Planning Board, and Planning Board did not have consensus on these issues based on their evaluation of the ordinance and hearing public testimony. And because of the non-consensus, they did not recommend approval of the ordinance. There were some board members that did express support in concept for restaurants within the regional parks, but there were others that also felt added some caution that there maybe not all the parks would be appropriate for restaurants as principal uses. And so a lot of the discussion did focus around the Reservoir restaurant based on some of the things we've heard from some neighbors up there related to impacts to wildlife or noise or traffic impacts that might occur from a new traffic generator within the park. The board also felt that a one-size-fits-all approach that's being proposed in the ordinance may not be appropriate in the case for the 3 regional parks. So attachment D does include the draft minutes from that planning board meeting. So staff acknowledges the board and public testimony on this matter, but as we've been stating in this presentation, staff continues to find that the proposal which still includes the public process involved in the lease agreements, would be appropriate in allowing this as a limited use. So we are recommending approval of the ordinance as we have it attached within the packet. But in conclusion, I'm going to pass it back to Allie.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. And I just want to echo the appreciation that the input from the planning board certainly merits pause and consideration. And I understand their concerns about the uniqueness of each of our regional parks and the city's responsibility to be stewards of natural lands, wildlife, and community. What I would offer is that they were not able to benefit from the extensive engagement with and understanding of all the community process that's been involved with the plans I mentioned earlier. After extensive dialogues, the concerns from the planning board did seem to be based on the possibility that the process was broken because of unresolved concerns. The scrutiny and controversy related to the reservoir has not been fun. It has been very hard, both on staff and neighbors, I know. And I promise that we have learned a lot from it. As an example, moving forward, we'll do a better job communicating in the time between concept plan acceptance and implementation. But the controversy and public conversation has also confirmed general and consistent community support for the outcomes of this process and restaurants at these 3 regional parks. And that is why staff are not recommending that use review be added, as it seems it would be duplicative of the process and review conducted by the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board in approving concept plans and leases, as well as that of City Council. The PRAB has reviewed and approved all 3 of these concept plans unanimously, and the lease at the reservoir was unanimously approved by the PRAB and Council. And the PRAB has also expressed support for this ordinance. We believe this ordinance aligns the code with city planning and will contribute to our ability to curate appropriate partnerships. It will support the work at the Boulder Reservoir and hopefully help us find a great partner at the golf course. And with that, we're here for your questions.
All right, thank you, Allie, and thank you, Carl, and all of staff for that presentation. It was excellent. With that, I'll turn to council and see if we have questions to start with. I will also note that we had a hotline from Mary Young today, which had some language for us to think about. And then we also have some options in the presentation, which I think we might want to talk through or ask questions about. And with that, I see your hand, Rachel. Go for it.
Thanks, Sam. And thanks to the staff for the presentation. I would say that Leslie Nope has nothing on Alley Roads and our Parks and Rec staff. So I just wanted to walk through sort of some worst case scenarios and see if you could answer some questions. So my most walkable park is Admiral Burke Park. Could this ordinance change result in a restaurant going there by right?
It could not. It is specific to the 3 regional parks that are defined not only in the the language here, but also in the Parks and Recreation Design Standards Manual, we only have 3 parks that are of that size, 100 acres or greater. I will note that the Parks Planning Reserve in North Boulder, when developed, could meet this. And at that point, the ordinance would need to be updated to include it.
Okay, so we're talking about just 3 and possibly 4 parks that might qualify for by right restaurants under this change.
Correct.
Okay.
If the restaurant is 500 feet from a residential area. And I'll note that that might be possible at Valmont, is where we have noted for the facilities. It is not the case at the golf course or the reservoir.
So those are both under 500 feet? So would not be by right? Is that what you're saying?
They are both well over 500 feet from
Okay.
every residential area.
Okay. So I think that the next park that might qualify closest to me would be the golf course. So could, if we're passing this ordinance that we can have restaurants by right there, could tomorrow or next week or next month, like 12 fast food places just go and set up shop on the golf course?
That would be the most impressive city process ever, and not possible at all, because the PRAB has to review any lease on parkland, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and then City Council has to approve any lease that is greater than 3 years, which is almost always the case for a restaurant. There is such a significant capital investment up front. Partners, nor are the city, because of the time invested in the process, are not interested in shorter term leases.
So no one, I just want to make sure I'm following, no restaurant could just go set up. We would have to approve it through PRAB and then probably City Council if it was more than a 3-year lease.
Correct.
Okay. I think those are my only questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
May I colloquy?
Sure.
Rachel's questions raised a question for me, which has to do with the number of restaurants. So is there anything in the proposed ordinance that says that more than 1 restaurant is or isn't allowed?
I'm going to ask my planning friends to chime in if I'm wrong. There is not. The concept plans would limit it, right? So at the Boulder Reservoir, there is only 1 planned restaurant. At Flatirons Golf Course, there is 1 planned restaurant. At the Valmont, South Valmont, there are several opportunities for concessions or a potential restaurant, but I think based on my understanding of the sites and the constraints, it would likely just be 1 by right restaurant. And I'd love Carl or someone from PNDS chime in if I'm missing something.
Yeah, just like the rest of the use table, each individual restaurant would be considered an individual principal use. So each would have to be evaluated against consistency with that limited use restriction. So because 1 goes in doesn't mean that all of a sudden a bunch of others could come in. Each has to be evaluated against that limitation.
And so to Ali's point about only 1 is planned, Carl, could you elaborate on only 1 is planned? Does that mean that because the master plan only shows enough area for 1, therefore that is the planned limitation?
I mean, these particular uses are unique because there is a whole other secondary layer of process that's involved in their creation and approval. Most of the use table applies to, private land throughout the city, and the city has to look at each individual use either through building permit or through use review. In this case, obviously, before anything could even come in to the planning department, like a permit or something, it would have already gone through an extensive review by Parks and Recreation, potentially City Council.
Okay, and then an RFP would have to have gone out for an additional restaurant. Is that true?
I believe that is.
Yeah, I'll chime in on that. So, I mean, just to be more clear and double click on that, before we build anything anywhere, we have community input on the concept plan, the site plan, and then should it indicate a business need for a partnership, there would be a public process, both in the RFP and then the lease and partnership curation.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mary. And then we have Bob and Mark. Bob.
I have 2 questions, one for Carl and one for the legal department. Carl, if 8510 is passed tonight, or some version of 8510 is passed, Would the next council have another opportunity to take a look at this through our planned update of all of the use tables in 2022? In other words, this is a temporary change for restaurants in big parks, but then the use tables are all going to be revamped and revised next year, and that would presumably be subsumed into that. Is that correct?
That is correct. We are working on the standards process and do expect to come back to council hopefully sometime next year. And obviously a big focus of that project is to look at how restaurants are regulated citywide. So certainly the next council could look at that.
Okay, so this would be a kind of this is a temporary solution. It would help us maybe get through the golf course RFP, but then the next council, as it adopts the use table sometime next year, we'll be taking a look at this holistically. Is that right?
That's correct. And we probably will end up having some sort of study session at some point with council to kind of go over, the kind of changes that we're proposing before we go to ordinance. And at that time, council members could request specific changes if need be.
Great, perfect. Yeah, let's do that. And then my second question is really for the legal department, for Hella or for Sandra. I very much want to get to Mary's proposal because I find it intriguing. We can do that either before or after the public hearing. But in addition to Mary's very interesting proposal, I'm just this is a kind of a drafting question, I guess. I realize that leases at parks, if they're longer than 3 years, go to council, and if they're shorter than 3 years, they don't have to go to council. If we were to, and I appreciate your comment, Allie, that most of them are longer than 3 years anyway, but if we wanted to change that and say 1 year, just to increase the likelihood that there's community participation in a public hearing, so on and so forth, I guess legal folks, is that a drafting thing that can be done tonight, or is that something that would be done later on if we wanted to change that rule from 3 years to 1 year?
I can answer that, Bob. Thank you for the question. So BRC code 8-3-23 addresses that, and council has delegated some of its authority to PRAB for these shorter leases. And so it would require a code change that would have to be done at another time.
Okay, that's fine. And believe me, I do not mean any disrespect to PRAB. I used to serve on PRAB by proposing a change from 3 years to 1 year. But one of the things that we heard from the planning board is a concern about public process. And while I know that PRAB had a public process around the lease approval and council had a public process around lease approval, I think if we were to shorten that time frame, we would guarantee that virtually all leases come to council upon a PRAB recommendation. So it's just a belt and suspenders. But thanks for that, Sandra. That's all I have for now.
Bob, I'd like to colloquy real quick. This is to Sandra. Sandra, on slide 15 of the staff presentation tonight, option B basically says pass 8510, the ordinance, and also require that all lease contracts require public process. So if I understood your answer to Bob correctly, would option B require an additional ordinance, or what would it require? Would it just be a process change? What would it require to implement option B?
Can someone put up the slide? I guess I'm not sure. I think I understand your question. And that is that there's a current process already in place that requires approval of the contract, either by PRAB or council or both.
Yes, I mean, your answer to Bob slightly confused me because you made it sound like there was nothing that we could do in the short term to change that. But I just wanted to make sure that I understood your answer.
So my response to Bob's question had to do with shortening the lease term that council's required to review. So currently, PRAB has the authority to review and approve leases that are 3 years and shorter in term, and then they only go to council if it's for a longer period of time. If you wanted council to review leases with a shorter term, that would require a change in the code.
So it's a code provision, it's an ordinance essentially that delegates that authority to PRAB?
Exactly. So in the charter, it's delegated to council that they have the ability to approve any leases. And it also provides for the ability for council to delegate some of that authority to PRAB. And they did that in BRC 8-3-23.
Got it. Okay, excellent. So if we wanted to implement what I think is option B, which is pass the ordinance and require that all lease contracts, in this case, require city council approval. That would be an ordinance change. So we could move, for instance, to pass ordinance 8510 tonight, but as part of our motion, we could note and request that a future council take up that other ordinance, the other code provision that would allow council to pick up, say, 1-year leases and greater in those 3 parks.
Well, I might want to ask Carl or somebody else to jump in here, but if we're talking about option B in the way that I understand that you've described it, then it would require an ordinance change to a different section. If we're talking about Mary's hotline and her idea, then that wouldn't require a separate ordinance change. It could be implemented as part of this ordinance.
Got it. And I'm just going to pull up Mary's thing to make sure that I track that. But Mary's thing doesn't speak to lease duration. It basically says that the public agency issuing the lease has to find that it is compatible and has minimal negative impacts on surrounding uses. So that's a little different than reviewing. Is that essentially the same as reviewing all leases in the regional parks?
Well, it's actually more specific requirements in terms of how the leases are analyzed and reviewed. And so it would require, it doesn't talk about the current term of the lease because that would still be in place, but it does require a finding that the use is reasonably compatible and has minimal negative impacts, which isn't currently a requirement in the code.
Got it. So the way that Mary's change would operate if we were to pass it with that change in place would be that if it was a 1-year lease and PRAB was going to review it, PRAB would do its normal review and add these specific requirements. So is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, got it. And so if we wanted to pass the ordinance tonight with Mary's change, however we may work that over, but we wanted to do what's in option B, which I think would at least hint at changing the term so that council would review all leases in the regional parks, that would have to have something separate. So I think you've cleared that up. I'm much appreciated. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
And with that, I've got Mark and Mary. Mark.
Yeah, well, let's start with something fairly basic. What is the impetus for this ordinance? What is the ill we're trying to cure?
I think the discussions that have happened in recent months have just kind of raised the issue that there are other communities, other cities that have large regional parks or large size parks that have full service restaurants within them. So it sparked the idea that maybe we should be looking at that as a principal use in the use table.
It has nothing to do with
to implement the plans, the parks master plan.
So it has nothing to do with whatever legal jeopardy might accrue to having restaurants defined as accessory. Or does it? I'm just asking.
I'll answer that a little bit differently, Mark. So this summer and I hear Reservoir neighbors saying they are supportive of a restaurant under different operations. For months, we've heard them say they did not support a restaurant at the Reservoir because we had so many restaurants per capita and they didn't think it an appropriate place for a restaurant. So this will make even more clear the city's intent at the Reservoir, the golf course, and Valmont City Park to fulfill those concept plans.
Okay. All right. And if we implement this in one of its versions, how is this going to change the approval process for the restaurant? I mean, how does it streamline it or not? Are there fewer?
As a new ordinance, it wouldn't retroactively apply to, say, the Reservoir restaurant, but it would apply to any restaurant facilities at the golf course or Valmont Park. However, again, saying that it wouldn't apply retroactively. If let's say a change in the code was adopted and then the restaurant at the reservoir was to make a change in the future, then that change in the future would be subject to whatever gets adopted tonight.
And how did we determine that 500 feet is the magic number? Why not 400, 700, 650? What is the theory and the thinking behind 500 feet?
Again, there are other restaurants throughout the city where this 500-foot distance is used as a determination about whether something is a restaurant is by right or whether it requires use review. So I think in the past that was the size of like a city block or something where there could be potential noise or impacts from that restaurant that should be assessed more closely through a use review process.
And is there a particular, since we're only talking about 3 locations, what is the particular burden of a use review?
I'll respond to that because we talked about it a lot in response to the planning board. It's not necessarily, I don't know that burden is the appropriate word, but it feels like a duplicative investment in process and review when that process is happening with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, who's intimately familiar with the parks, and City Council.
Well, and I guess I would only note that we're going to have a fair number of speakers tonight, so I think there's some concern about process. And I suspect as we move forward with the other locations, there will be local concern about process there. And I guess I'm asking, I haven't prejudged it, I just don't know, is use review so difficult and burdensome as to require a statute to make sure that we don't have to do that?
I think that it will be part of your deliberation earlier. What I would offer is just one of the things I think we as a community, we as a staff organization certainly need and are committed to figuring out is when there is a conversation and not everyone agrees, are there better ways to have the conversation so that folks can accept the outcome and move on? We have been trying for months to handle a conversation where not everyone agrees. But I don't think that means the process or the outcomes are broken.
Okay, I would only note that we're moving forward, even though there are people who disagree. I'm just not sure that all disagreements need to be avoided. It doesn't mean you can't act. It just means certain people are going to disagree. All right, that's all I've got for the moment.
Thank you, Mark. Mary.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. So my first question has to do with kind of just stepping back a little bit, because some of the emails that we've seen have said that we're putting a bar in place or allowing bars. Could someone please help me out with, is a restaurant a bar? When is a restaurant a bar? And what is the difference between a restaurant and a bar? I think that would be helpful in perhaps providing some clarity around assurances that these restaurants will not be bars.
We do define in the land use code restaurants, brew pubs, and taverns differently. They're generally lumped together as a use in most zones, but we did discuss the issue of taverns, and we deliberately kept it as a restaurant use and did not include the brew pub and tavern definitions for inclusion in these regional parks. So it would have to be a restaurant, obviously, where the service is more focused on food and not fall under the definition of tavern.
And so you're saying that this taverns and brew pubs were left out of the limited use, the L18 that is being proposed in the ordinance.
That's correct.
It just says restaurant. So by definition, it cannot ever be a brew pub or a tavern with that limited use included in that language.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That clarifies it, at least for me. And then I wanted to just comment on the language within the proposal I've made, and just to say that that was an attempt to address planning board's concern that this is one size fits all. So just to provide some assurances that the lease and the management plan would consider these elements that are mentioned in L18 as part of the review. So that's just a comment. And then with respect to the reviews and process, under the charter, essentially land that belongs to parks is the purview of PRAB. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
So, so given that that's how it works, then the planning board doesn't just by standard procedure or standard process ever look at anything that relates to land that is parks. Is that true? And if not, when does the planning board see land use related issues to parks? So what I'm trying to get at is why did planning board see this particular ordinance and not the prior concept plans, and as planning board does see concept plans? So I just wanted some clarification there.
Yeah, I think I can respond to that question. The planning board sees the projects if under the land use code they require a review by the board. So for example, when the new facility at the reservoir was approved, there was a site review process that occurred, and planning board did approve that facility there. The restaurant itself was not approved as part of that review because it was a site review and it focused on the site plan itself and the facility, not the use within it. And it was considered an accessory use, this particular restaurant at the reservoir, and that's not subject to review by the planning board. That's something that the city manager or the planning department reviews. So there are instances where parks properties do come in front of the planning board, and it's within the review processes that exist in the land use code. If those are triggered, then the board sees it.
Okay. And so for this particular case, the planning board, because of the way there is purview on parks, had not been part of the whole process. Is that a true statement?
Yes, I think that's a true statement in that it wasn't it didn't review the restaurant, for example. Yes, there was a whole lot more process within the parks department managed and with PRAB and probably city council that wouldn't all have gone to the planning board for review.
Because of the lease.
Leases are, yes, that's correct. A lease is not subject to planning board review. A lease of parkland, that's not within the planning board's purview.
Okay, great. So any extra, I'm just trying to be clear on whether or not my proposal is one that makes sense to leave within the purview of just as it is right now. So leases and management plans are the purview of PRAB and or council, depending on duration. Okay. Thank you for that. And then let me just check and see if I had some additional questions. And then in terms of, again, in terms of the concern with respect to one size fits all, prior to calling out these parks as regional parks, these parks were just like any other city park, right? So they had an even broader setting in terms of where they live in our zoning. They were just parks. They weren't regional parks.
They're considered regional parks in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, but we did, because it's now an issue within Title IX, the Land Use Code, and we're relying on that definition within the Parks Master Plan. We had to add the regional parks definition into the Land Use Code.
And so in our land use code, we did not have regional parks. It only existed in the Parks Master Plan.
Correct.
So is it true to say that as far as our land use code went, the parks at the reservoir, the golf course in Valmont City Park were just like any other park in terms of how they're looked at in our land use code?
In general, yes. I mean, it's whenever there is a land use issue that requires us to define a particular park or entity. So in another instance, we do reference neighborhood parks because there's a zoning regulation related to residential uses in industrial zones, and there's a proximity to neighborhood parks that's cited there. So that's something that's useful for that land use. So we did have to define neighborhood parks, but in this case, we'd never had to reference the regional parks.
Okay, so that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. All right, council, any other questions? So I had asked that somebody from planning board be here tonight. Sounds like the chair couldn't be here, so John Gerstel's here. And if it's okay, I would like to turn to John. And John, I've got a fairly directed question for you. You probably heard the conversation that we've had so far. Maybe you've had a chance to look at the hotline that Mary put out, and was curious if you could just comment on, did Carl summarize the planning board discussion accurately? And do you have any input based on the discussion you heard about whether Mary's change would be helpful, and also if it would be helpful if we shorten the lease period that council would review in the future? So John, if you want to give a crack at that, we can follow up with any questions.
Sure, thank you. And thanks for the opportunity to participate. With respect to your first question, Carl's description of our discussion, I think in general it was okay, but I would have said it a little bit differently. I think that it was pretty clear that the complete planning board did not agree with the proposed proposal in front of us for differing reasons. Carl mentioned that there was a disagreement. Not everyone agreed, but everyone agreed that we were unhappy with this. So I can go into greater detail if you're interested, but that's how I would have described it. With respect to Mary's proposal, I think it would go a long way to dealing with our concerns. Not completely, but it would move definitely in the right direction. And I'd be happy to summarize our major concerns for you if you're interested. I don't want to take too much time, but I think Mary's proposal would address several of them quite nicely, but not all of them.
Excellent. We all had the chance to read the minutes of your meeting, so I think that between you and Carl, we have a pretty good sense of what the concerns were. I was most interested in hearing the feedback you just gave on Mary's proposals, so that's helpful. The other question I'd like to ask is, do you think planning board would be further supportive of the change to reduce the lease term, which council would have to review? So in other words, right now, anything under a 3-year lease is just PRAB, and over 3 years goes to council. If the future council were to change that down to 1 year, so for these regional park lease issues, that council would review those for compliance with Mary's concern. for almost all leases in regional parks. Would that also be helpful?
My perception is that it would be helpful, and I'd like to make it clear that at this point, I'm just giving my perception of how planning board would respond. I'm not authorized to speak on their behalf on this matter, but I do think that that would be a very positive element as far as the majority of the planning board is concerned.
Super, that's super helpful. Mark?
Yeah, John, I'm very happy to hear your comments about Mary's language. Can you give us a better idea of what concerns of the planning board would not be addressed by that language, and the suggestion that Sam made about shortening the term of the lease before it has to be reviewed by council? What are we still missing?
I would say there's the concern about changing what is a principal use and an accessory use. It was quite a central element, and you know, these are all things that could be addressed in the use review, but it's not obvious to me that in Mary's phrasing that would be explicitly discussed, and I know that at least among many of the planning board members that was a real concern. And otherwise, I think there was the general concern about adequate public process could be nicely addressed in Mary's proposal. And I would also like to say at some stage, just so it's very clear, in general, planning board likes the, you know, has no problem with the idea of restaurants in regional parks. But when you get down into the details and the operating procedures of these restaurants that care is needed, and that was probably why the planning board reacted in the way that it did.
Thanks, John.
And Mary.
Thanks for being here, John. In the hotline post that I published this afternoon, at the bottom, there was also another statement that said that to address the principal versus accessory use, that I would propose to council that we direct staff to make that part of the use table project. Now, would that direction further address your concerns or the planning board's concerns?
Well, again, I'm reluctant to speak for the other folks on the planning board. I think it would be address it partially, but it's not obvious that it would receive the sort of public review that I know several people on planning board would like to see, and that's why this has been pointed out by several folks.
And by public review, because as part of the use table project, it would come to planning board as part of the regular process. So it would come, you know, in several stages, probably to planning board. So is that the public review you're referring to, or is there some other idea? Is there, what am I missing here in terms of the review?
I would say partially, and sorry about this howling dog, it'll end shortly. Partially, right now, the determination is made by PRAB about the uses in these parks. And based on what we've seen so far, it's not clear to us how complete a review PRAB has been making on those issues. And so if there's an adequate review and opportunity for public input at some point, then I think our concerns would be addressed.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, John. Appreciate you being here. I know that you don't speak for the whole planning board, but it's super helpful to get your perspective on it. So thanks.
Thanks, and I'll stick around if there's any more questions.
Awesome. Very good. Okay, council, any more questions? Rachel?
Well, I was just thinking, my understanding is PRAB gave a unanimous recommendation in the opposite direction. And so did we invite anyone from PRAB to weigh in, or can we ask their chair if they have any concerns with Mary's proposal?
I think Allie would be the one to check in on that. I don't know if we have anyone from PRAB here.
We do not have anyone from PRAB here, and they didn't take formal action on this item. We briefed them on it last month. We discussed it, and last night we shared this idea about having additional council control on the lease. We shared that idea with them, and they were supportive, and I certainly cannot speak for them. I believe that they would be okay with your language, because I believe they think they're doing this extensive review already. As I shared earlier, they have provided input on the management plan that is guiding the operations at the Boulder Reservoir. And again, while it has not resolved concerns from neighbors, they believe it is balanced and represents responsiveness. And so
thanks, Allie.
All right. Any other questions, or if not, I think we should go to the public hearing. All right, very good. Let us do that. So we have, let me pull this up so I get the number right. We have 29 speakers signed up for tonight for the public hearing on this item. So that means that each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. And I think that's all. You all have seen the presentation that Brenda gave about the rules of the game. So with that, our first 3 speakers tonight for the public hearing are James Duncan, Shirley Schaller, and Sharon Anderson. You'll each have 2 minutes, and James, you're up when you are ready.
Okay, thanks, Council. I trimmed this down a little bit. It might go a little longer, but as a resident of Boulder for over 10 years, I have frequented the outdoors, north, south, east, and west, and even right in the middle of the town where I live is graced with extraordinary natural relationships. Raccoon, fox, deer, even the occasional bear and lion have been witnessed here. I am struck by the difference in the states of the environment during the times of the day. It's literally the difference between night and day. Sanitas, where I usually go, in the daytime, there's so much activity, mostly human, men, women, young, old, and children, and their dogs. Paragliders are now common in the skies, but not paragliding dogs yet. But at night, it changes dramatically. There are far fewer people on the trails up there, which makes me think that Boulder is still a nice homey town, and people are doing their normal human activities in town at home. But I get a sense that there is a sigh of relief from nature. A friend of mine taught me a wonderful technique of allowing nature to really activate. For an extended period of time, be still and quiet. Then that sends the message that all is clear, and so the fauna can resume their normal activities. We must be cognizant and respectful of these neighbors and value their gracing the land we share. They can't write and speak to you here, so I am their friend, obliged in that capacity. Bob Yates helped us close World Singing Day with Louis Armstrong's "What a Wonderful World." There's a line in there that says, "The bright, blessed day and the dark, sacred night." Please keep the nights sacred at the Boulder Reservoir. Say no to the nighttime club activities at the reservoir. Abide by the planning board's decision not to change the land use zoning to allow restaurants by right in our regional public parks. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Next, we have Shirley Schaller, Sharon Anderson, and Eric Tusi, who is pooling with 2 people. So Shirley, you are up and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Weaver and City Council members. Thank you for your time. My name is Shirley Schaller. My husband Earl and myself live at 5054 51st Street. Our farm was homesteaded in 1872 by my great-grandparents, and 200 acres of that land went to the completion of the reservoir. I'm fortunate to be the 4th generation to live here. I have grown up to appreciate the reservoir for its family-oriented water activities and for the vast array of animals and birds that call the reservoir home. The reservoir is a hidden gem in Boulder County, surrounded by the City of Boulder open space. There is no other park in Boulder like it. It needs to stay a dark and quiet area. Noise travels across water differently than land. And this morning, I heard the crew members who were on the far side of the reservoir being told what to do by their coxswain, I believe, and I could hear it from my living room. Closing at dark has kept these animals and birds safe, and their numbers are increasing. After dark, the reservoir becomes alive with owls, coyotes, deer, bobcats, an occasional bear, and other animals. There are other parks in Boulder that are far better suited for a late night restaurant. Thorough bird and wildlife studies need to be done. Your planning board voted unanimously for you to rewrite and do more research on Ordinance 8510. Please do not ignore your planning board. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. Next, we have Sharon Anderson, Eric Tucci, and Vicki Nichols Goldstein. Eric, I will tell you so that you have time to react. Your pooling partners are not in the meeting, at least not that we can see. So when I come to you, we'll be asking about your pooling partners. And with that, Sharon Anderson, you have 2 minutes.
Do you know that the reservoir nearby neighborhoods want a restaurant, but by accessory use? We have never said we do not want a restaurant. We do not want one after dark. Why does the section about sustainability and impact state there are no identified environmental effects? Where is the environmental study to prove that putting an after dark restaurant will have no identified environmental effects? I have asked for any study and have not received any response at all. Do you know that the Boulder Reservoir and surrounding open space houses one of the largest raptor areas in the United States? Do you know the Boulder County Audubon Society has real concerns about this after dark operation? Do you want to be a predator to all wildlife living at the Boulder Reservoir? Your weapons will be car lights, hundreds of people, amplified sound, and traffic after dark. Did you read any of the articles that I sent you about negative effects of movement, light, and sound on wildlife? Light pollution is on the increase. One article states increased light has had profound impacts. I'm going to run out of time. I'm sorry. Scientists have found that disappearing darkness disturbs migrating birds. Think 400 car lights in a night in what is supposed to be a total darkness. Increased movement is also, I have to cut this short. Please read those articles. Think emissions, think 400 car trips a night to and fro in the dark. Many studies have shown that noise is also has a big impact. Think 200 people driving, talking, and amplified sound. Follow the advice of your planning board and review each regional park individually. They are unique. When the wildlife disappears, will you hold yourself responsible?
Thank you, Sharon. Okay, next we have Eric Tucci. Eric, I cannot see either of your pooling partners here. And I will turn to Brenda. Brenda, do you see Rebecca Bates or Philip Hickey here?
I do not. We had Philip Hickey here earlier, but I do not see Philip here now.
So Eric, you have a choice. You can speak now for 2 minutes, or we can push you further down the list as you try and get some pooling partners.
And Eric, you should be able to unmute.
Well, you can put me down the list. I'm not sure if I can contact these people. One's playing underwater water polo and the other one gave me an email. So put me down the list and I'll see if I can reach one. And my wife is here playing bridge and she will pool with me if that's acceptable.
That That would be fine, better if they signed up ahead of time, but your wife could count as one. We'll need another.
I thought these people logged on at the time, but they have commitments, so I apologize.
Okay, so Eric, we're going to bump you, but we will definitely come back to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep. Okay, very good. And then we have Vicki Nichols Goldstein, Mara Soudier, and Lisa Spalding. Vicki, you're up and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Vicki Nichols Goldstein, and I'm the founder and the executive director of the Inland Ocean Coalition, an organization that works on plastic pollution, ocean policy, watershed health, and we are located in Boulder. We just celebrated our 10th anniversary at the Boulder Res, where we had our Masquerade Mermaid Ball. We have chapters in 16 states and active volunteers in 26 states. And the people who attended the Masquerade Mermaid Ball in September at the Driftwind were primarily Boulder residents. We had about 140 people, many of them carpooled, and it was an absolutely beautiful night. The weather was gorgeous. The view was amazing. It was wonderful working with the Res and with the staff at the Driftwind. There was music. I felt like it was a beautiful opportunity to really appreciate the natural beauty of the Res. Everyone was very respectful. We closed everything down at 9:30 and people left. And I just want to really advocate for appropriate use of the Boulder Res and some of the other natural areas, because getting people outdoors, having a nice meal, socializing, and really building community is an important component of us in Boulder and also for nonprofits. So I really do hope that you will listen to the people who are also interested in having these gatherings and these restaurant opportunities at these very special places. So thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you, Vicki. Next up, we have Mara Soudier, Lisa Spalding, and Patty Tusi. Mara, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak today regarding Ordinance 8510, which I fully support. Having restaurants in our public parks supports an undeserved want that benefits our entire community. As a member of the Boulder community, I congratulate the city for improving the amenities at the reservoir and making it a fun space for the community to gather. How great is it to enjoy a meal together, grab a snack, indulge in a glass of wine or a milkshake in a community space. I personally enjoyed soft serve ice cream and hot dogs after paddle boarding with my kids at the Res this summer. It was an opportunity we hadn't had prior and one we hope to continue in the future. Such spaces also provide a location for a community member to host an event such as a life-changing bat mitzvah or a nonprofit fundraiser, as was just discussed prior. My son was able to celebrate with a classmate as she became a bat mitzvah at a restaurant at a Res this summer. Without such a location, she would not have had such a phenomenal opportunity. Supporting community needs requires that these restaurants be open during the day and evening. These restaurants should not be limited to operating only during daytime hours, as that would create a disservice to the public needs as a whole. The reservoir presently houses large community events such as marathons and triathlons. A restaurant would have significantly less impact than these approved events do and serve a greater community need than they do. Please do not make this opportunity cumbersome for restaurants coming in. As a restaurant owner myself, I appreciate the difficulties already incurred when opening a restaurant in the city. The proposed legislation is sound, was created with the community in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara. Next, we have Lisa Spalding, Patty Tusi, and Tanis Sampson. Lisa?
Lisa Spalding for Plan Boulder. Plan Boulder County urges you to follow the Planning Board's unanimous recommendation and refuse to adopt 8510, which proposes to amend the land use code to allow restaurants as limited uses in regional parks. We understand there's a controversy over plans for Driftwind at the Res to radically change the hours of operation and the character of one of our most important public parks. The original plan for a small restaurant serving wine or beer as an accompaniment to meals was supported by both the residents living close to the reservoir and the community at large. However, it was completely predictable that a controversy would arise when those approved plans were switched out for late night bar and event center. We refer to a bar because restaurants that stay open after dinner hours turn into bars. They function as bars. Ordinance 8510 would grant Driftwind the ability to benefit financially from the community's park to the detriment of nocturnal wildlife, the safety of residents living nearby, and the patrons who will be drinking and driving on dark and dangerous country roads. Boulder has not previously and should not now propose an ordinance that would adversely affect access to the mental and physical benefits of swimming, boating, running, and simply enjoying this beautiful community asset. Protecting the reservoir, the open space surrounding it, and the wildlife that inhabits this land is our responsibility. Establishing a full-service bar and restaurant at the reservoir, accessed by inadequate roads, would unacceptably impact adjacent residents, wildlife, and other reservoir patrons, as well as bicyclists and runners. It is not appropriate, and the citizens' trust in the city's ability to manage our invaluable public facilities will be broken if the public is denied a full hearing on Driftwind's plans. Please do not accept Ordinance 8510. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next up, we have Patty Tucci, Tana Sampson, and Charles De Bartolome. So can we check in? Eric, Patty, is Patty available for her testimony?
She would prefer, she's in the middle of a bridge game, to be honest. She will pull her time with me, but you know, this started at 6, and that's how it goes. If that's acceptable, I'm emailing the other person, Rebecca Bates, right now. The other person's playing water polo, or actually water rugby.
Okay, very good. We will skip Patty and come back to you then, Eric. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next up is Tana Sampson.
Hello, my name is Tanis, and I have lived in the city of Boulder, or Boulder County, since 2004. Having worked in the outdoor industry, I have traveled and lived in many outstanding outdoor towns, but nothing compares to Boulder, which is obvious with the latest award of top places to live in the US. The quality of life that Boulder offers is why most of the outdoor industry manufacturers and retail shops are relocating to Boulder, along with their outdoor staff and consumers. Climbing, mountain biking, skiing, hiking, paddleboarding, and running are easily accessible for all, and we have several notable world-class athletes that call Boulder home. The Boulder Res, as you know, is a fantastic venue for Ironman athletes and running groups. The improvements to the existing Res building were needed. A daytime cafe was favored by all, including the neighbors. But now with the proposed Ordinance 8510 to rezone the Res so that it benefits one private operator to profit, we have to ask, where will it stop? Are we paving paradise for a parking lot full of food trucks? It is everyone's duty to preserve and protect the natural environment and land resources that characterize Boulder, a notable outdoor town where you can go for a run around the Res and expect to hear bird calls, not last call from a bartender. Thank you for your time and dedication to our community.
Thank you, Tanis. Next up, we have Charles De Bartolome, Karen De Bartolome, and Jessica Benjamin. Charles, you're up and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, this discussion is about land use. I would just like to check somebody can hear me. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great, super. This discussion is about land use. Should land at the reservoir and at other regional parks be used for restaurants as of right? And I should add that restaurant use includes special events, which can be rowdy. I'm going to focus on the Boulder Reservoir and argue that one size does not fit all. For me, this is an issue of urban creep. The reservoir differs to the other regional parks as the other parks are surrounded by development, but the reservoir is not so surrounded. As other speakers have emphasized, it is a particularly beautiful open space. A beautiful mass of water with perhaps a paddleboard or a sailing boat slowly crossing it, a hawk or a heron flying by, perhaps an osprey nesting. Recent studies and the experiences of cities in the pandemic is that people's well-being and mental health is improved by being able to freely experience nature. The absence of development near the reservoir provides many people with the opportunity to experience nature of a particularly high quality. This proposal, if adopted, would reduce the quality of nature experienced at the reservoir. I do not believe it is necessary. There are many other locations suitable for restaurants in Boulder. Summary: I urge you to leave this open space as undisturbed open space and not allow restaurant use of the reservoir as of right. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
Thank you, Charles. And next up, we have Karen De Bartolome, Jessica Benjamin, and David Slade. Karen, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I am also asking the council to reject this ordinance because I don't think this is an appropriate place for a restaurant. I don't understand why we need more restaurants in Boulder. We have plenty, and many of them have closed during the pandemic. So I think we have enough. I reviewed the case studies that were prepared by the planning staff. And I know something about those parks because I was a waterfront park planner for many years earlier in my career. Many of them are in much more urban areas. The reservoir is unique. I think once we commit it to nighttime use for large events, noisy events, events involving alcohol, we have really lost something that will be quite difficult to get back. So again, I urge a rejection of the ordinance. I want to tell you about one of the scariest nights of my life, and it happened within a few feet of my house. We were coming home from an evening event. It was winter. The roads were icy. My husband was driving. He does not drink. We came up over the hill between Kelso and Valhalla, and there was a car sideways in the road in the dark, and in order to avoid hitting the car, we had to drive into the fence off to the side of the road. It turns out we got out to find out what was going on with this car. There were 6 inebriated undergraduates sitting in the car. They had spun around. They didn't know how to get out of it, and we avoided killing them by running off the road, which has no shoulder and no lights. It is my personal nightmare that we're going to have things like this happening again. If we have people drinking at the res, driving home on icy roads in the dark with no shoulder, with no lights, in unfamiliar areas, we're just setting ourselves up for some very unpleasant events.
Thank you, Karen. Next, we have Jessica Benjamin, David Slade, and Jill Grano. Jessica.
Hello, council members and city staff. My name is Jessica Benjamin, the producer of First Bite and Boulder County's Restaurant Week, which I hope you all recently enjoyed. I am speaking today in support of passing Ordinance 8510 Option A. As a patron of Boulder Reservoir, it adds a lot of value to be able to pop up to the restaurant, not just for a quick bag of chips or to use the restroom, but to be able to stay for dinner and watch the sun set. Like Chautauqua Dining Hall, having a restaurant on site of a public park adds longer term enjoyment of the space and a specialty dining experience, which is a valuable amenity for our community. Already, many organizations and private groups utilize these beaches of Boulder Reservoir to gather with their staff and friends, spending quality time together. As a 15-year event planner in this town, the restaurant at the reservoir is a perfect venue to bring our community together to celebrate life's milestones. We have several large, successful nonprofits in Boulder that provide our community with valuable services, but there are few spaces in Boulder that provide a space big enough for them to host fundraisers. The Boulder Reservoir and Restaurant and Beach would be a welcomed addition. As I am intimately aware of the struggles our restaurant community has endured these past 20 months, I would also like to speak to the ease of running a small business in Boulder. There is none. The amount of red tape and hoops we are already asking of our failing small businesses to jump through is no small feat. By passing this ordinance or option A, you would provide enhanced ability to tailor restaurant operations to the site and allow them to find opportunities that suit the community's needs. Finally, I think it's highly inappropriate that Planning Board was invited to speak on this issue tonight to weigh in without inviting PRAB. It has already been stated it is not in their purview, and it is wrong to allow their voice to carry more weight without the consideration that PRAB has already unanimously approved this concept plan. This is poor governance. Allowing a handful of cranky residents to hijack the collective values of our community values and adding more steps to the process is not what the community needs.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have David Slade, Jill Grano, and Neil Anderson. David.
David, you should be able to unmute now.
Hello, can you hear me?
There we go. Yep.
Thank you very much. My name is David Slade. I've lived in Boulder since 1997, and I would consider myself very active in the Boulder community. I regularly volunteer in BVSD. I've worked to support Emergency Family Assistance Association. I've worked at Boulder County Head Start. I really care about this community. I live in Paula Park now with my wife and kids, which is less than 2 miles from the reservoir. We regularly use the reservoir. We hike around the res, we bike around the res, we swim, we rent boats. And last month we had our kids' bar mitzvah at Driftwind, which I was thrilled that opened because a restaurant near the water, who wouldn't want that? Everybody I know in Boulder loves and really cares about this community and the environment. I can tell that the city of Boulder has taken this matter extremely seriously. They've been very respectful and attentive to the concern of the cranky neighbors. I have respectfully heard the complaints of the neighbors who are lucky enough to live at the res, who oppose having a restaurant. I've heard, what if the headlights are on and they come into my house? What happens if people drink alcohol and wander into the water and can't find their way out because it's dark? One of the most vocal neighbors, who calls himself a newly minted high net worth individual, and she said this to taunt the nonprofits that had events at Driftwind, implying that she would not support them if they supported Driftwind. Another neighbor called the police with noise complaints. The police showed up at the res, only to discover that the noise was coming from one of their own neighbors' weddings at their house. They called the cops on a neighbor's wedding. Then, during a city council meeting, this neighbor said that there have been noise complaints against Driftwind, referring to his own erroneous noise complaints. It's really difficult to take these complaints seriously and these people seriously, who only seem to be thinking about themselves. Your family has owned land at the res for 400 years? That's really good for you. My family hasn't, and we'd like to enjoy that land too. I'm speaking for 2 reasons. To implore the Boulder Council and the people of Boulder not to heed the ridiculous complaints from the privileged patricians of Valhalla.
Thank you, David. David, your time is up. You can send us the rest of your comments by email to council@bouldercolorado.gov. Thank you for your input. Next, we have Jill Grano, Neil Anderson, and then I will come back to Eric Tusi. Eric, I will just let you know that the 2 people that you have lined up are Shirley Schaller's husband and Patty Tusi. And I will need both of them to be able to say hello when I call on you. So if you want to let Patty know, I will come to you after Neil Anderson. With that, Jill Grano, you have 2 minutes.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Jill Adler-Grano, and I'm the Senior Director of Policy Programs for the Boulder Chamber. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Boulder Chamber. Our membership includes almost 1,300 businesses and organizations from throughout our community. First, I want to thank council and staff for your thoughtful consideration of Ordinance 8510 and for the extensive public process that has surrounded the consideration of restaurants in our 3 qualifying parks. All of our parks are zoned public. They're paid for by the public, and they're designed for the enjoyment of the entire community. The Boulder Chamber supports the opportunity for restaurants in select public parks and for the public-private partnerships that will result from the passage of this ordinance. These public-private partnerships allow new small businesses to form and to thrive, while also providing valuable amenities to the public. These partnerships also provide important tax revenue for the city of Boulder, and it's this tax revenue that helps us run our outstanding park system. In all cases, We expect that our businesses will be respectful of neighborhood concerns. We urge City Council to work together to find a solution that works for everyone and allows for the passage of Ordinance 8510. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Jill. Next up, we'll have Neil Anderson, Eric Tucci, and then Jackson Maynard. Neil, I see that you're pooling with Catherine Walker and Kelly Di Natale, and I see both of them here. So you are good for 4 minutes, Neil, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate being here tonight and a chance to speak before you. I'd like to say this zoning change is not a clarification as stated, but really a major rezoning that will profoundly change the nature of this place and radically alter its future. What's currently allowed is a daytime cafe serving reservoir users and employees, which we've always supported and welcomed the use of outside users for that matter. This change is to allow a nighttime dining, entertainment, and event center. It's not just a restaurant. People need to recognize that. Meant to attract population from the entire region, not a tweak, but a radical change. I would urge folks to go out to the reservoir some night after dark when the res is closed and drink in the experience. After the daytime's activity is gone, it's quiet, tranquil, and you begin to hear the rhythms of nature. At night, this is a place of nature, an important part of one of the most sensitive habitats in the entire county. This change will take that place of nature and turn it into a place of man, giving 65,000 square feet at its heart to a private for-profit operator, not just for a restaurant, but an event center with very wide latitude as to the number, size, frequency of any events, activities including amplified music that will extend very late into the evening. In essence, a night spot, a regional entertainment destination. This description is not imagined, but based on the lease, statements, and plans that have already been witnessed. Notwithstanding the promise to keep things the same through 2022, which is one season, this is what change will enable over a 5-year lease. And this change will put the future of the reservoir on a very different trajectory. As success comes, as I think it would, things will grow. The city's own documents show plans for an expansion of the event center. What do we do with all these cars? More paid parking. And the events are at night. It'll be lit. Infrastructure will grow, and on, ever more commercialized and urbanized. At Prab last night, we heard a lot of very noble and well-intentioned words: sustainability, equitability, stewardship, and the importance of nature. And you talk about a 15-minute city. With this rezoning, you will create an entertainment destination distant from the city that you can really only get to by car. This is the very definition of urban sprawl. What about the immense number of car trips this will generate? How can you possibly square that with any goal of sustainability? There are many places within the city for restaurants and some appropriate places for an event center. And you take this piece of nature and commercialize it. How does that demonstrate any reverence for nature? How is it equitable to increasingly make such an important and egalitarian recreational resource increasingly pay to play? It's hard to see anything about this rezoning that is consistent with the values and goals that are always expressed in laudable words, those that we heard of the master plan draft, for instance. Please listen to your planning board. They gave you a unanimous opinion that this was far too complex a question to be rushed through like this. It needs much more thoughtful consideration. And the season is over, so why are you rushing it anyway? As stewards of Boulder's future, I urge you to consider the real impact of this, not just now, but over the long evolution of this place that we all share and love. And
Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Neil. Your time is up. Your time is up. Appreciate your input. If you'd like to send us the rest of your input, you can send it to council@bouldercolorado.org. With that, we'll go to Eric Tusi, and first we want to start with Shirley Schaller and see if her husband Earl is there. Shirley, can you have Earl say hello to us?
Yes, I am here. My name is Earl Schaller.
Thank you, Earl. And then Eric, you will be up if you can get Patty to say hello to us, then you will have 4.
Patty.
All right, hi, Patty. Okay, Eric, you have 4 minutes and you are good to go whenever you're ready.
Well, let me walk downstairs. So give me 5 seconds if you don't mind.
Okay.
I don't want to disturb her bridge. But thank you for your flexibility on all this. Okay. Thank you for talking to us tonight. I did want to clarify a couple of things that I wasn't going to talk about. John also confirmed that Planning Board on October 7th did reach consensus 7-0 against this ordinance. Mark Wallach had a question about why this is happening. It is because of illegal action. The way accessory use reads, the restaurant as it is allowed to operate is a zoning violation. Parks and Rec director stated that there is community input. Repeatedly, we have asked for open records request for the data that shows the community support that says we want extended hours, extra seasonal activities. And so far, after a couple different requests, we've still been provided no data to support this from Parks and Rec. Last night, also at the PRAB meeting, the director mentioned Ordinance 8510 will rezone the park to, quote, align with the Parks and Rec's planning process, which means it's currently violating zoning. I'm just trying to be straightforward because I only have a few minutes. So the legal action by the neighbors to ask a judge to rule on the zoning will be a moot point if you pass this. And if that's your intent, that's what will happen. The reservoir, as you can see from this map, is a city-owned water supply used for human recreation in the largest riparian area of its kind in the county. Wildlife is mentioned time and time again in master plans, open space reports. Currently, the reservoir website links wildlife and talks of sensitive species and the negative effects of human activity on wildlife. This is going on right now. It's on the website, the new one. Last night's PRAB meeting, Neil mentioned, they're working on the reservoir master plan update. They're focusing a lot on protecting nature. People mentioned considering Mother Nature, sustainability issues, and climate change. And I don't understand it, but to be a protector of nature kept being referred to as being hippie-like. So I didn't think that would happen in Boulder, but I guess it's happening at whatever level. Years ago, Boulder declared a climate emergency. Boulder has several departments related to climate initiatives. Look at this 1300 proposal you guys talked about at the very beginning of the show. I mean, it's all about sustainability. And if you add activities and drive people to the reservoir at night, you're adding to climate change. As you can see in this graphic, the reservoir is a long way from Boulder. The city limits, the closest ones are several miles away. It's about 5 miles from town. Every trip is about an 11-mile round trip just from central Boulder. And people come from all over. Boulder's sustainability goals now, not 1300, are 80% reduction by citizens and the city of emissions by approximately 2030. There's a little variance, but that's the summary. Now this 1300 talks about 70%. So I'm not sure if that's the right direction. But every new activity and every new visitor goes out to the res and emits more CO2. The PRAB meetings last night and in general talk about taking care of what you have. They talk about not loving your parks to death. The 2012 master plan discusses the carrying capacity of the parks. Promises to limit special events are included in the 2012 quotes, and that has not really happened. Although they're still defining special events, as per a conversation today I had with a staff member. But wildlife is mentioned in the 1993 Boulder Res Wildlife Study. There's chapters of it in the wildlife plan from the 2012 master plan. There's a 2002 climate action plan. And so the verbiage from a lot of these plans is great, but what?
Eric, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time is up. If you'd like to send us the rest of your comments, you can send them to council@bouldercolorado.gov. Thank you very much for your input. And with that, we'll move on to our next three speakers, who are Jackson Maynard, Casey Easton, and Brian Frey. Jackson, you're up and you have 2 minutes.
All right, hello. I'm here to speak in favor of the ordinance. The res and other parks are great assets to the local economy, as well as being personal favorites of mine for recreation. This ordinance allows for another jolt to an important industry, as well as expanding the ways that people of Boulder can enjoy these spaces that we all value so much. There are reasonable ways to address the concerns of reasonable dissenters, as shown by the robust civic engagement tonight and the thorough planning throughout this entire process. One thing that has been mentioned by both opponents and proponents of the ordinance is the priceless natural surroundings of these spaces, especially the res. I think the environmental concerns have received adequate attention and reflect the value of a high quality of natural environment, as well as the abundant opportunities for recreation and public enjoyment. I hope the robust civic process undertaken to arrive at this moment will not be usurped by a disproportionately loud minority of constituents seeking to undermine the conclusions of a very thoughtful majority. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackson. Next, we have Casey Easton, Brian Frey, and Bonnie Gallagher. Casey, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I would just like to say that I do support the opening of the restaurants in all the locations. I've lived here for 23 years. Between the res and Valmont, I'm pretty sure that our family goes there 7 to 10 times a week. I live in North Boulder. I can't afford to live out by the reservoir. And so I think it's an amazing thing to be able to go out there and watch my kids on the paddle boards or swim while I'm sitting there at the restaurant eating, or go out there at night with a friend and have a glass of wine. I don't know how many of these people that have spoken have understand that people in Boulder aren't out raging all the time, unless maybe they're on the hill, which for some reason I doubt that's where people are going to go from the hill over to the reservoir. I think it brings a great feel to the community, and it allows the people that don't live out there, as other people have said, to be able to kind of appreciate the beauty and out at the reservoir. And like I said, I support it in all the places, because we would love also to have this at Valmont so my kids could ride their bikes and stop in for a snack. It's also great that it can bring business to some local restaurateurs and people that have lived here a long time as well. So that's all. And I hope that, and like the previous person said, I just feel like something can happen to make everybody somewhat agreeable on this. And I hope that happens, because I would really like to be able to go out there and hang out and have a glass of wine, or not, a milkshake. So thank you.
Thank you, Casey. Next, we have Brian Frey, Bonnie Gallagher, and Daniel Howley. Brian, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Listen, our parks provide a wonderful experience with all sorts of animals, but it's ultimately the people who come to them that support them. There's no evidence that allowing people to responsibly eat food and drink during regulated park hours would negatively impact our nature spaces. Actually, on the contrary, it's a group of neighborhood opponents who seem to be voluntarily incriminating themselves as a nuisance already with threats and loud disturbances. Parks are public spaces, not private backyards. This has been an extensive process and is a great example of responsible city leadership in parks to provide a public benefit. This is a clear win-win for all the organizations, the community nonprofits, and the businesses that are eagerly waiting to hold events in our parks for people of all ages. These public-private partnerships would breathe new life into our parks, allowing visitors to directly support our parks department through buying food and drink and enjoying these spaces. And the key word here is responsible. And I think that the city has demonstrated a responsible oversight of this process and would be a responsible steward for allowing these restaurants to operate in these spaces. I ask you to please support this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next, we have Bonnie Gallagher, Daniel Howley, and Rachel Gentili. Bonnie, you have 2 minutes.
Bonnie, you should be able to unmute. I'm going to push my ask to unmute button and hopefully give you an easy button to push there. Sam, should we come back to Bonnie?
Sure, let's do. I see her in the meeting as an attendee, but Bonnie will be back to you. Hopefully we can figure out the technical difficulties. Next, we have Daniel Howley, Rachel Gentili, and Kim Bixel, who's pooling. Daniel, you have 2 minutes.
And you should be able to unmute now, Daniel.
Brenda, I am not seeing Daniel being able to unmute. Shall we try Rachel and we can come back to Bonnie and Daniel?
Absolutely. Rachel, you should be able to unmute now. And this has me concerned.
Yeah, I'm seeing them both with mute buttons next to their names.
Have a button where I can ask them to unmute and have pushed that for all three of our folks.
Let's try Bonnie again because Bonnie's not showing. Oh, there's Rachel. There we are. Hey, Rachel.
Hello. I kept pressing unmute over and over again, so I'm assuming that you guys are having technical difficulties with the other people, just to let you know. But first, I would like to ask that the council adhere to the planning board's recommendation to do a use review on each regional park separately, seeing as they are all vastly different. And just a reminder that the Boulder Reservoir is in a rural area. It has no public transportation, and for a by right full service restaurant with a liquor license, everyone that drives in must drive out. And us neighbors are in support of having what was originally in regards to the potential zoning change for the regional parks. We urge you to consider that if this zoning change is approved, it will have been done with no community outreach and public process. The rezoning would mean a dramatic change in intensity and use and could fundamentally alter the environments, particularly the Boulder Reservoir and regional park that is largely undeveloped. First and foremost, the people of Valhalla and Waterstone neighborhoods have consistently been hugely in favor of a cafe restaurant, as well as special events that is within historic operating hours of the reservoir. A food concession serving the reservoir patrons while the reservoir is open is what was originally presented to us and the planning board of 2016 and 2017. We are still in support of this idea. However, the proposal is a large-scale zoning change with no public process. In truth, the existing restaurant and event center was done with almost no public process when November 28, 2016 master plan update was presented. It mentions that the Farnworth Group interviewed only city staff and employees for ideas about improvements to the Boulder Reservoir Visitor Center. Subsequent review from the public only asked about the design of the proposed buildings. The ideas for concession, extended hours, alcohol service, and are singularly from city staff, not the community. And well, I'm out of time, but please take that all into consideration.
Thank you, Rachel. Let's go back to Bonnie Gallagher and then Daniel Howley.
Bonnie, you should have a mute button now that you can press to unmute. And it sounds like repeated pressing may be what worked for Rachel. I'll try my ask to unmute button. I'm not sure what other tools I have, Sam.
That is okay. Let's go on to Kim Bixel. Kim is pooling with two people who I see in the meeting. So Kim, you have 4 minutes when you're ready.
Good evening. I'm hoping you can hear me. Is that right?
We can.
Hey there. I'm going to try to speak quickly. I know this has been going on for a little while. I'm hopeful that I can maybe be a little bit of an answer as to kind of Allie's questions and a few of your questions about why this is still an issue. We would not be here if this was just an issue of a few cranky neighbors. David, come visit us. We're not super cranky neighbors, and I'm going to explain why. We're not privileged patricians of Valhalla. I'm happy to expand on that, and so many of us can as well. We wouldn't be here if that was, if we were just unhappy with what the Parks and Rec plans were for the restaurant, the Reservoir. Okay, so follow me. If since 2016, which was the beginning of all the plans for the Reservoir development, Parks and Rec had said this: okay, planning board and city council, at the newly built visitor service center, we are building this for the purpose of creating a new destination. We are building this primarily to use after dark for potentially a restaurant, but mostly what was described in Driftwind's Beverage Licensing Authority plans were after dark private and special events with amplified music, focusing primarily on operations after Reservoir closing hours. This is the central point that we are contesting, with very minimal concessions during the day for Reservoir users. The menu with the previous operator was way more extensive than milkshakes and hot dogs. If Parks and Rec had said since 2016 that a full liquor license for both the inside and 62,000 square feet of outdoor space, including a public beach, so that you could no longer bring your own alcohol to those areas.
Hello?
I don't know what's going on. Sorry.
Yeah, keep going, Kim.
Okay, if they had explained all of this and then us cranky neighbors had expressed our displeasure with that plan, we would not have a valid concern to be discussing with you. And I'm sure the zoning process would be completely different also, because it would have been zoned for a much more intensive, drastically changed use of the reservoir than the accessory use that was originally approved. This was absolutely not the circumstance here. The 8 years of PRAB meetings and staff work approved are vastly different from today's actual plans that they want to implement for Driftwind's operations at the reservoir. There is a serious disconnect between their plans and the implementation and the words that they say. And this ordinance is a shortcut to approve, it's a shortcut to appropriate zoning processes. So in my slides, I don't want you to take my word for it. These are exactly to show you what was actually planned and approved. And it is what the entire community supports. So there are all kinds of quotes also, but I wanted to save you the pain, because I know you're already rolling your eyes, but this is why we're here talking about this. It is important for you to understand, if you pass this ordinance, even a modified version of it, you will prove to all of city staff that doesn't matter how staff goes about planning or zoning or communicating or soliciting feedback. All staff needs to do is win over a few council people behind closed doors, and the rest was for show. It is important for you to understand, if you pass an ordinance, you'll be communicating to the entire city public that anytime staff puts a few compelling words together, They can convince you to throw out our most important Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan goals, environmental stewardship, in place of placemaking statements that are so broad and general that the goals could be met by any type of gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Let's go back and we'll try Daniel Howley, Rachel Gentili, and then we will close with Roman San Martino. Daniel, you are up if we can hear you. And I'm sorry, I messed that up. It's Bonnie Gallagher and Daniel Howley and Roman San Martino. So if we can get either Bonnie or Daniel, that would be great.
Bonnie, let's try and see if you can unmute now.
There we go.
Looks like we got you.
All right, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. So I'm originally from Michigan, where back in the 50s, outdoor areas were open during the day and closed at night. And when you went to the park, there was a rope across the driveway to get in, and the driveway is closed at night and the park is closed at night. I don't understand how we can even be considering opening the reservoir at night for entertainment and restaurants and alcohol and music. It's a park. It doesn't need to be opened. And if we open it at night and start having parties there, it's going to change the flavor of the reservoir as a place of peace and rest and recreation during the day. And that's really all I have to say is parks are closed at night.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Okay, thank you.
With that, let's try Daniel Howley again and then Roman San Martino.
Okay, Daniel, I'm going to try one other thing. Let's see if we change your status in the meeting. That didn't work either. So I'm going to go back to asking you to unmute, Daniel. And it may be that he was called away from his computer, Sam.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let us go to Roman San Martino.
Okay. Roman, Roman, you should be able to talk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you have 2 minutes.
All right. I'm the head coach of the CU rowing team, and I would like to thank City Council, staff, Parks and Rec, and all the other folks on this meeting for their hard work tonight, and have been ongoing. I just want to say that we don't support the ordinance as is and would like some key revisions to be made before proceeding. I've been using the reservoir regularly since 2011, 16 hours per week, 9 months out of the year, and CU has been at the reservoir for 30 years. We have 60 plus people there almost every day for 6 months out of the year. And we're concerned about a couple things. So we've had a lot of changes in the past 10 years, and all of them have been top down, and there's been little room for compromise. And the specifics of that is for another time. But my point here is that there's just is a trend of just inadequate weight of the postures that patrons who use the reservoir most have on things that impact them. So the key things here is that we think the 3-year use review process is very impactful. What's to stop Parks and Rec from just renewing 3-year leases without public input, just ongoing with the same vendor. I do think Mary's proposal would address that concern. We're also concerned that the restaurant serving alcohol late at night, we don't want intoxicated patrons damaging hundreds of thousands of dollars of capital we invested in our rowing equipment, and other people have invested in their equipment at the reservoir. Perhaps we should just have narrower hours and limit the alcohol service to just beer and wine. I also just want to echo Kim stating that we've had some similar experiences working with Parks and Rec. We just don't feel heard as ongoing community members. Thank you so much for your time, and go Buffs.
Thank you, Roman. And with that, we'll try Daniel one more time. Daniel, it looks like you can speak to us and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. And sorry that I was a little delayed putting some kids to bed here. I really appreciate everybody's time being here and the thoughtful nature with which you're approaching this issue. I'm the owner, founder, and manager of the Spot Bouldering Gym and the climbing gyms that we've opened since then. In 2010, we did an event at the reservoir, the Battle in the Bubble. It was a professional climbing competition. And we felt very, very fortunate being able to use such a wonderful place to hold the event. One of the stipulations, of course, in the holding the event there was that we had to be all buttoned up at a reasonable hour. And, you know, when we worked with everybody in charge, we did our best to accommodate that. And at first we were looking for an exemption or an exception, being able to stay open with the event much later. But the reasoning behind the zoning the way it is was explained to us, that the community and the wildlife really aren't supportive of loud noises, amplification late at night, bigger crowds, et cetera, et cetera. The park needs time to rest, which again, we were so happy to be there because of its beautiful setting and what goes on there. So when it was explained to us that we couldn't stay open or do the event later, it made sense and we cooperated. And I would just ask that you look very carefully at the nature of the reservoir. You know, I don't believe that the commercialization of the reservoir is in our best interest. And I don't definitely think it's in the best interest of the neighborhood, the community, and the wildlife that's there. So I just hope that you guys really take that into consideration. I think there are better ways to be able to provide access for people to be there without commercializing Boulder Reservoir.
Thank you, Daniel. And with that, we'll bring the public hearing to a close and bring this item back to council. Council, any questions or discussion? Bob.
Just a quick question. It's actually addressed to Allie Rhodes. Allie, I think I heard you say something about, but I wanted to make sure that I heard it in light of all the testimony we just heard from folks. I think you said in your opening remarks that regardless of whether council passes ordinance 8510 or not tonight, the lease of the restaurant space of the reservoir would continue. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is not about whether we lease the property or don't lease the property or terminate the lease or change the lease. This is really about the use of restaurants going forward at 3 big park properties. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Then we got Mark and Mirabai. Mark.
My questions are also for Ali, and forgive me, but I'm asking you to refresh my recollection. What are the current hour limitations at the res?
For the restaurant or the current operating hours?
Well, for the restaurant.
Yeah. So, and I guess I should be clear with everyone, the restaurant has not fully operated, right? It's been very limited due to one, construction impacts through June, but then the fact that there have been so many limitations on their operations. So I understand folks' preference for a broader menu and they really look forward to having a grilled Caesar salad and lobster rolls, but that has not been possible within the current restraints. But the plan is when they operate again next summer, they're currently dark through Memorial Day, weekdays until 9, weekends until 10 p.m. And so that means I do want to clarify because of comments about late night bars and such, that would mean dinner service and certainly any last call for beverages would be well before that.
Are those limitations in the lease or otherwise?
They are in an operating agreement. The lease requires compliance with any operating agreements and allows the city broad purview to set those.
And are there any size or frequency limitations with respect to events?
Yes. Well, in this way, any event that is past 9 o'clock over a certain amount of people or requires additional amplified sound requires our permission. The outdoor speakers have to be off by a certain time in the evening.
What time would that be?
I believe it's 9 o'clock. I'm pulling it up. It's linked in your memo, but I want to confirm because I know how important accuracy is always, and certainly with this conversation. It's opening right now. All right. So private events are allowed. They require permission from the city if they require any request for amplified sound beyond what is currently allowed. If they require support from city staff, meaning any activity after 9 o'clock, or if they exceed 200 attendees. So as long as they're within those parameters, they're allowed to host events. And then as far as sound, just to clarify, all sound will adhere to city ordinances. In addition, and more restrictive than the city ordinance, outdoor speakers are to be turned off at 9 o'clock Monday through Thursday and 10 o'clock Friday through Sunday. We will monitor and record sound levels throughout the year and to ensure that we can address any issues should they arise.
Okay, thank you. I just needed that refreshing of my recollection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Nearby.
Sam, quick question. Is this where you want us to just discuss where we stand on this, or is this just questions? Or I just want to make sure we can get in comments before we vote.
The floor is open, so you can speak about anything you want. So questions or comments are fair game.
Okay. So this has been oddly a huge topic. I would love to support restaurants over by the golf course. I think that's a great idea. I'd even like to support the restaurant here at the reservoir until it gets dark. But I think once again, the impacts to our wildlife are just something I'm not willing to compromise with. I think this has been extremely sad to hear the community degrade the neighborhood so severely, and the nasty comments. It's embarrassing and it's inappropriate in my opinion. If this was happening in their backyard, many of them would be doing the exact same thing. And these people are not being grumpy neighbors. They're not being entitled neighbors. They're speaking out for something they care about. And that's what we celebrate and we pride ourselves on in Boulder. And so once again, most likely I will be the only council member supporting our neighbors and our wildlife. I hate to say this for the staff members who are working on our climate action plan, but it's just proving over and over again that our climate action plan is a joke. I said it before with Celestial Seasonings, and I'll say it again. We value humans and their activity so far over what this planet can handle. It's unbelievable. And this is coming from Boulder. So I hate to see what other towns and cities are like. If we can't understand this, if we cannot get our acts together to support the wildlife and the environment that we live in, and we continue to commercialize and continue to take away and chip away at what they can naturally do, we're going to lose our wildlife. And apparently the people who have moved here in the last 20 years, in the past 30 years, or even more recently, just don't seem to care and have completely changed the face of Boulder. And so be it. Enjoy your lack of wildlife is all I can say. And I sincerely say good luck to those who are in the reservoir and what we're going to have to deal with. My sincere apologies, and I will be very obviously voting no on this.
Thank you, Mirabai. Bob.
I want to maybe be so presumptuous as to call on my colleague Mary Young and ask her if she could walk us through the revised language that she worked up with the city attorney's office today. I think it was up on the screen earlier. If somebody could put that up. And Mary, would you be so kind as to walk us through that? Because I think it does, as John Gerstle indicated, it does address a number of the concerns the planning board raised. And I'd love to hear your take on it, Mary.
Sure. There it is. All right. So like I mentioned a little earlier today, this was an attempt to address the concern regarding the one size fits all. And then my questioning during the question answer period was confirming that it indeed, and as well as John Gerstle also agreed that it didn't need to involve the planning board. So it would go, it would apply to either the PRAB, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and or council. So the idea is was to include the language that is highlighted that would allow and guarantee a discussion during the management plan and the lease that would take into consideration the context of each individual regional park. So the compatibility and the impacts are relative to the context of each. So that's the intent behind this, because and the reason I wanted it in the ordinance specifically, I worked with the city attorney to put it in tonight's ordinance, because I felt that there was a gap in the certainty for addressing these impacts and compatibility. So in other words, it was possible, but probably unlikely, that a lease would go through without consideration of these, the compatibility and the impacts. So now it's within, this proposal puts it within the ordinance, within the definition of the limited use. So that was the thinking behind it, is that this provides some measure of guarantee that the context, the specific context for each of the 3 and maybe 4 parts would be considered within the negotiation of the lease and the management plan. I did have one question arise for me when somebody kept referring to it as the operating agreement. So my question is the operating agreement the same as a management plan, or do we have to add operating agreement to this statement here? I guess that would be a question for Sandra.
Thanks, Mary. I think that they're kind of used interchangeably. It's defining what the business plan is and the details regarding the operation. I don't have an issue with changing it here, but would be open to any other thoughts from Allie or somebody else if they thought that would present a problem. But it seems to me that those 2 terms can be used interchangeably.
Okay, great, thanks. And so Bob, does that answer your question?
It does, and I'll just go on to say, Mary, I really appreciate the effort you put into doing this. I think it goes a long ways, as John Gersel said, to addressing some of the concerns. Actually addresses a number of the concerns raised by the community members we just heard. And I guess, so I support what you have here. I think this is a good improvement. I hope that the park staff and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board think so, and I hope the planning board thinks so. Sandra, if we were to adopt Mary's amendment tonight, I assume that this would go to 3rd reading, and we could do that on November 9th. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. It would need to go to 3rd reading, and it could be done on the 9th.
Okay, well, I, for one, support what Mary's put forward here. I'd also like to consider, it doesn't have to be for tonight, reducing the time frame for council approvals, at least. Again, not to be disrespectful of PRAB, because I think PRAB does a very good job of this, but one of the concerns we've heard is that we want lots and lots of public engagement. And having served on PRAB myself many years ago, I know that not a whole lot of folks show up at PRAB on Monday nights. So perhaps in the future, we could reduce the time frame for leases that are approved by council from 3 years to 1 year. I think that would be a secondary change. I think Mary's language goes a long ways to addressing what the planning board and some members of the community were concerned about, but that's something we could talk about for the next council as well. So I support what Mary has proposed, and I'll hear what other people have to say, but at some point in time, I would hope that somebody would make a motion incorporating Mary's amendment.
And Aaron, I see your hand, but I'm going to colloquy briefly on that. So I agree 100% with what you said, Bob, and thank you, Mary, again, for the work you did on this. This is really excellent. I have two wordsmithing proposals, so I'd like to hear your feedback, Mary, as well as yours, Sandra, and the rest of council, of course. One is when I read this several times, I couldn't get past in Mary's change, provided that the approval authority for the lease of the public agency. I would like to propose that the word of be changed to by, because the public agency is issuing the lease. And I found that lease of the public agency sounded like you were leasing the agency itself. So one proposal is change of to by there. And then I always have a struggle with anytime we use minimal, minimize, all that stuff, and you've all heard it, so I won't bore you with it. So in order to try and be a little more clear about what we're hoping for in this, I would propose that we put the word materially after the word minimal. So it would read compatible with and has minimal materially negative impacts on surrounding uses, natural areas, and wildlife. And the reason for that is because, trivial impacts are very hard to avoid of any kind. And so if we put the word material in there, it gives everyone the heads up. It's all subject to interpretation, of course, but the heads up is we want to focus on substance and not just trivial or kind of dilatory potential impact. So those are my two suggestions here. Of becomes by, and we add materially. Be interested to hear what anybody has to say. But Mary, I'll turn to you first. Do you have any concern with those potential changes? You're on mute, sorry.
No, I don't have any issue with them, and I actually think they're improvements. And I have many times heard the minimize and mitigate issue you have, so I totally get it, and so I think that the materially addresses that. So thank you for that.
Super. And Sandra, is there any problem with the things I've suggested from a legal standpoint?
I don't think so. I would, I'd welcome Hella's thoughts if she has any, but I don't see any from my perspective.
I don't see any legal issues. I do want to point out that minimize negative impacts is terminology that's already used in the code. So in the future, it may be looked at requiring something different than what, for example, that same language might require in a use review. So that's a nitpicky thing. It could certainly read minimal material negative impacts, but I wanted to put that out there for your consideration.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I've always been challenged by minimal, minimize, mitigate. So anyway, those are my thoughts. And I have Aaron, Rachel, and Mark up next. Aaron.
Yeah, Mary, thanks for working on this and putting this together. I appreciate it. We have an issue here where our Parks Advisory Board has come to us with a unanimous recommendation to proceed, and our Planning Board has come to us with a unanimous recommendation to not proceed. Both of them are important boards whose opinions we respect on this matter. So I think this is a good way of addressing Planning Board's concerns, so I appreciate you putting this together, and I think it helps us move forward with the input of both of our advisory boards here. I mean, I do support where we're going with this. I think the fundamental impact of this change is that it would allow a restaurant in these three parks to have some slightly different operating hours from their the other facilities there, and also would allow them to have visitors to that amenity only, and say people might go to the restaurant at 2 o'clock on a Tuesday and just have a sandwich and not go swimming and then go home, and then that it's not potentially that's not an accessory use, and then that would be fine with this change. And I think that's appropriate for the reservoir and for the golf course and for Valmont one of these days. I think that restaurants in major regional parks like that can be a really wonderful amenity. I will say that this is separate from this zoning question that we're considering today, which is really about primary versus accessory use. But I do, obviously we've got a lot of controversy here. We've got a number of people who live nearby who are very concerned about this, and some other folks in the community who are as well. So I think if we can continue to work on the operating agreement to make sure that this facility doesn't end up having, you know, a major negative impact on the surrounding area, I think that's worth doing. You know, so we could consider, you know, I'm not going to dictate this, but I'll just put some things out. You know, consider a 9 o'clock closing time, you know, every night, for example. You know, maybe look at the operating hours that might scale, you know, into the shoulder season. You know, saying something should close at dark is very hard to do operationally, so I wouldn't say that. But you know, look at some potentially changing hours over the course of the season. And then I know noise is a real concern, and I'm impressed that we put in continual monitoring, sound monitoring devices, and just want to make sure that we are, and I'm in no way think that we aren't, but just make sure that we are responsive. So if we do end up with noise levels that exceed allowed levels, that's something that somebody could look into that evening or that afternoon and wouldn't have to wait for a report and come look at it the next day or something like that. So, you know, just want to make sure. I know, Ali, you're thinking about all those. I see you're popping up on video. But just as we move forward with this, just to make sure that we are a good neighbor to both the people who live nearby and the various critters and such who are there as well. And so it's going to be an ongoing iterative process that we'll just need to keep a close eye on, right? And I know that we will. So that's all I got. And with those comments, I'll be supporting this revised ordinance from Mary, and then with edits from Sam.
Thank you, Aaron. I've got Rachel and Mark, but before Rachel, I call on you. Ali, did you want to say anything? You popped up on video and your hand came up and then went down.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure if Aaron was going to ask you a question, but since you're providing the space, I did want to point out that the sound monitoring system is called Noise Scout, and we actually have it programmed that if there is a sound that exceeds the limit, it pings 2 members of our staff. They get an alert on their email, and so they actually should know before there are any concerns with neighbors. Right now, when it happens, it's typically tied to wind or a vehicle or something, but we are prepared and have a full SOP developed to make sure we're responsive. That's one of the things we look forward to talking to neighbors about at our meeting next week.
That's great to hear. Thanks, Ali.
Thank you, Ali. And Rachel, just before you go, I wanted to come forward and say that I invited planning board to be there at CAC. So I just wanted to make clear that was done at CAC, and it was done so that we'd be able to ask questions, particularly about any changes we might want to make and any feedback we might get from them. So apologies for not inviting PRAB, but I just wanted to put that out there. That was done at CAC, and it was at my inclination. So Rachel and then Mark. Rachel.
Thanks for clarifying that. I wish I'd been at CAC yesterday. It was supposed to be. I could have done it. Okay, a couple of questions on Mary's proposal. Thanks for putting that together, Mary. So I'm a little bit worried that, as I think Sam pointed out, you know, with the minimal negative impacts and wanting to bolster that a little bit, I could see that leading to more community sort of friction rather than lessening community friction, that we will be arguing about whether something is a negative impact on surrounding uses, natural areas, and wildlife. So wanted to find out more about that language. And Hella, you mentioned that that's used elsewhere. So maybe you can answer if that's an easy thing to identify.
The minimal negative impact statement?
Or just what is a minimal negative impact?
Yeah, the same language is used in the use review criteria. So it's I consider it a discretionary review standard, and it's applied by staff and the planning board and council when council reviews use reviews on a regular basis. So there's a lot of discretion in that term.
Yeah. So when we, you know, if we're looking at doing this by right, does that sort of undercut the by right nature of this ordinance then, if we're injecting that discretion into it?
No, I don't think so, because of how it is drafted, requiring that finding to be made by the authority that approves the lease. So it's PRAB or city council or both. I guess it's PRAB by itself or PRAB and city council, and maybe depending on a future code change that's coming up. But it would be them, so it doesn't change the by right review under the zoning standards.
Okay. Thanks for that. And is it the same? Are those the same descriptors that apply for the negative impacts in the use review, surrounding uses, natural areas, and wildlife? Are those the descriptors that are usually implicated?
Yeah, it talks about surrounding uses. It doesn't specifically address natural areas and wildlife. We added that because those were specific concerns that were brought up by the planning board.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that.
May I just wanted to comment, Rachel, just that, thank you for asking the question about whether or not it basically undermines the idea of making this a by right. And Hella helped me with this language. So thank you, Hella. And we talked a lot about that and making sure that whatever we did didn't then sort of negate that by right, that intent to make it by right. So Hella worked really hard to make sure that it did not.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. I still worry that it may lead to just more friction and bickering when we get to these reviews, but still appreciate the language. And then just as I was listening to testimony tonight, a lot of what I was hearing sort of reminded me of open space. So I just went to look at the missions of Parks and Rec versus open space and just wanted to read those. The mission of our Parks and Rec is to promote the health and well-being of the entire Boulder community by collaboratively providing high-quality parks, facilities, and programs. And then open space is to preserve and protect the natural environment and land resources that characterize Boulder. And I think a lot of what we're talking about tonight applies more to open space than Parks and Rec. So I just want to point out that that's a bit confusing to me. Like even in this language, we have added in natural areas and wildlife. And I do understand that the reservoir is special, but yet the Parks and Rec mission is different than open space. And we would not be looking at a restaurant at open space. Obviously, had this been brought into the city as open space, we would be having a very different conversation. So just want to make sure that we're kind of staying in our lanes, I guess, as a council on what the use of the reservoir is. So I'm going to support the staff recommendation today. I think that it is in keeping with the mission to use it to build community and space, and we have that wonderful amenity, and I'm supportive. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Mark.
Yeah, let me just start with a question for Ali. Are the operating terms of the operating agreement and the lease the same? Do they differ in any material respect?
The lease doesn't call out specific operating limitations, and that was for two reasons. One is that this is a brand new thing, and we wanted flexibility, right, to learn how it went, what worked with the operation. And the second, and I think council knows some of this history, is that it is very hard to get public-private partnerships to work with government. And we had several folks at the table and then not sign a lease. And we have been so glad to have a successful and local operator. And when the lease was getting signed January, February, we wanted more time to figure out those details. And so we included, and we worked with the attorneys to include language that says there will be an operating agreement and the city must approve it and you have to abide by it. What we included also were the guiding principles that were mirrored after Chautauqua, so that whatever the changes of the operations, they always would comply with those guiding principles.
Do I correctly understand that the lease actually has longer operating hours than the operating agreement?
The lease is similar, and I remember, I think we've talked about this before. The lease and the beverage licensing authority have to have a maximum operation, because let's say the lease always said had a 10 o'clock max, and then there was an event that went till 10:30. That would be a violation of a liquor license and could be cause for revocation. That is why there is a midnight cap. We do not expect midnight operations to be regular. And again, the restaurant is scheduled to close at 9 o'clock on weekdays and 10 o'clock on weekends.
I understand. I guess I'm suggesting that perhaps some of the animus that has been generated by this might dissipate if the operating agreement and the lease were, were providing the same terms of operation. Because I have heard comments from people who look at the lease and they are distrustful of the limitations contained in the operating agreement. And that might be one way of trying to diffuse some of the vitriol that surrounds this project. I just throw that as a suggestion. That's up to you, and moving on, first, I'm very supportive of Aaron's comments. I hope that consideration will be given to some of his suggestions. I think they were well taken. With respect to the language provided by Mary, I think it goes a long way towards helping. With respect to the changes you wanted, Sam, I'm good with the first, but when I look at the phrase minimal material negative impacts, my mind starts to explode. You're going to have disputes over what constitutes minimal and material and negative. And I'm looking at that language and I'm thinking it simply doesn't have the clarity that I would like to see in terms of guiding us going forward. I support this concept. Actually, I like Mary's language better than the changed language because I think it's a little clearer. And I would like to combine Mary's language with the option B, that the council approves all leases over 1 year. And I think those two things together would be responsive to a number of the concerns that have been raised. And I want to thank Mary for doing this, sort of coming in and saving the day. And the bad news, Mary, is after doing this, you can't leave council. Sorry, you're gonna have to stick around. But I don't know how you feel, how strongly you feel, Sam, about the interjection of the material, but I found it somewhat confusing.
Well, Mark, I'll colloquy. I find the point that you made quite accurate. We're going to debate each word here. Minimal negative impacts to me is almost meaningless. Like, I don't know how to interpret it, which is why Hella said it's discretionary. The idea of putting materially in there is simply to try and emphasize that it's not trivial impacts that could be brought up or could be determinative here. I don't know how to say it any better. If I had a little more time to wordsmith it, that's just, I'm not really attached to it, but I will say that what's there will result in lots of disputation in the future.
If I can suggest, how about minimal negative impacts of a material nature?
That's just fine with me. Yeah. Anything which tries to get the concept in there that it can't be trivial. That's all I'm trying to do. And minimal can be trivial. So how would you say it? Minimal negative impacts
of a material nature.
Okay. I'm good with that. I think that's an improvement.
Okay. All right. That's what I've got.
Anyone else? Great. Well, then I will jump in and I will say that I'm going to be supportive of this ordinance with Mary's changes. I think those changes are quite important to being able to make this comport with what we heard from Planning Board, which I think was good feedback. I didn't agree with all of it, but I certainly agreed with the key points that we want to have more public input over the approval of these kind of operations, and particularly this regional park. So I think generally speaking, this is a benefit to the community much more than it's a negative. I mean, let's be clear, this is a man-made reservoir. It's got 2 dams which create it and keep it here. And we allow boating on it. You know, many things are happening here which are more recreational in nature, so to speak, than we have with open space. So I think that is a key point here. I think we need to be very clear about any impacts that we do have on wildlife. I think that is definitely something that we need to track, but we are not managing this facility and this resource as open space, we're managing it as a park. And I think that's very important to keep in mind. So with that, I don't think there's much more to say. I want to thank Mary again for all the work that she did in bringing us to this great compromise. And Mary, I see you've got a hand up.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to especially thank Kella for helping me out with this. And the other suggestion that I wanted to make, and so I'm going to be supporting basically what's option B with this alternative L18 language and with Mark's suggestion. And the other suggestion that I wanted to make is the one that in order to address the whole planning board's motion, they had a concern regarding the accessory versus primary, that it needed to be further, it needed more vetting. So my suggestion is that we direct staff to include that specifically within the project that is already in progress on use tables.
So Mary, if I could just try and summarize that. You said three things. There's approve the ordinance with the L18 language as amended, and then option B, which I agree with 100%, but that sounds like that needs to be a suggestion to the next council. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do agree with that. And so I guess it can only be a suggestion to the next council. But that project, the use tables project is an ongoing project.
Sure.
But
Mary, not to interrupt, just to be clear, on the option B part, that's to have council review leases that are a year, not just 3 years, correct?
yes.
Yes.
And I agree with that.
Okay, so we got the use table piece, the 1 year lease piece, and then the L18 language are the three things that you mentioned, correct? Got it. All right, and I'm fully supportive of all those as well. Okay, great. Sandra, do you have something?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that with respect to option B, that would require a separate ordinance. And so that would be something that could be, that council could recommend to the next council, but we don't have that ordinance here tonight, just to clarify that.
Absolutely. Thank you for clarifying. I think we get that. And that would be, of the three things Mary just listed, two of them would be suggestions to the next council. So, and then the first would be the new language. Great. Mirabai.
I didn't have anything, Sam. Sorry, I had a kitten on my computer.
All right, very good. Okay, with that, I think we're probably to the point a motion would make sense now if anyone has one they want to tee up.
I'd be happy to try.
Give her a shot.
Okay. I move that we pass ordinance 8510 with the amended alternative L18 language that swaps out lease of the public agency with lease by the public agency, and includes, has minimal negative impacts that are material in nature. Did I get that right, Mark?
Close enough.
And
Yes.
so with those amendments to that language, and so that is the motion. And then aside from that, a suggestion to the next council that they consider the changes to the duration, the periods at which the leases are reviewed, as well as considering the accessory versus primary within the use table project.
Second.
Excellent. Excellent. So, Mary, anything else you'd like to say about this?
Only to say that this, as Ali mentioned and Bob reaffirmed at the beginning of our discussion, this ordinance does not affect the lease that is already in place for the reservoir. I support the comments that Aaron made, as well as just to say that we kind of need a baseline on this operation of this restaurant. So we need to let it operate as envisioned. And then there are a lot of things in place within the operating agreement and the good neighbor agreement that can take care of issues should they arise. But my guess is that if we let it operate as envisioned and then work from there, I think we might be pleasantly surprised. So I would just ask for some patience, and I know that if the problems as envisioned by many of the speakers tonight come to fruition, that they will be addressed. My guess is that they likely will not come to fruition. So if we can just be patient and let this existing lease work through the kinks as it actually operates, I think we might be pleasantly surprised. So, and then with respect to the ordinance, I support it, especially because it's moving forward for the golf course and for Valmont City Park. And I think those amenities would really enhance those regional parks. So thank you for those, for that ordinance.
Thank you, Mary. Bob?
I just want to compliment council for the teamwork that was just demonstrated over the last couple hours in being respectful. As Aaron said, we had two boards that gave us conflicting recommendations, the planning board and the parks board. And I think that what we've done here with Mary's assistance is woven input from both boards together. We've sought a compromise. We tweaked the language. We had support from the legal department. We've had support from the Parks Department. And I just think that this is a good result, thanks to hard work by a lot of people and respect for our advisory boards. So good job, everybody.
Thank you, Bob. Rachel?
Yeah, I'm in the compliment business here too for a second. I just want to reiterate, I think we've mentioned several times during pandemic, I think that our Parks and Rec staff probably has been maligned the worst by the community during pandemic. You know, they could almost do no right. They were either trying to do too much, like at the reservoir, or too little with swim lanes and things like that. So just want to acknowledge this has been a very trying issue, and I think it was maybe unexpectedly trying. So wanted to thank our Parks and Rec staff for sticking with us and working for compromises, and for actually engaging in a lot of community dialogue. I know that's that some community members are not feeling heard, and I do appreciate that. But I also appreciate that there has been a fair amount of engagement. So just wanted to say thanks to staff as well.
Thank you, Rachel. Any other comments? We have a motion and a second. All right, hearing none. Alicia, I think this is a roll call. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Great. Could you take us through it, please?
Of course. Councilmember Nagel.
No.
Swetlick.
Yes.
Wallach.
Yes.
Weaver.
Aye.
Yates.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Brockett.
Aye.
And Friend.
Yes.
Ordinance 8510 is adopted as amended.
Great. And the vote count was 7-1, correct?
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
Sorry, I forgot that.
No problem. And if you would take us to the next item when you have a moment.
Before we move on, let me clarify that I think, Sandra, correct me if I'm wrong, this needs to go, because we amended it, this needs to go to third reading on November 9th. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, it does.
So maybe CAC, because it passed 7-1, perhaps CAC can simply put this on consent.
Yeah, we will have to call a actual official council meeting though, which we just did under consent. So,
yeah. So I think we're good to go. Okay, thanks.
All right, I will correct the record to read that it was approved as amended, 7-1, and will be forwarded for third reading. Thank you, Councilmember Yates. I wasn't sure. All right, next we have item 4C, which is the performance evaluation and merit raise for Municipal Judge Linda Cook.
thank you very much. And for that, I will turn to our committee, Bob and Rachel. Are one of you ready to speak to this?
Sure, Rachel, do you want to go or do you want me to give this a shot?
Have at it, Bob.
Okay, so just by way of background, as council knows, and maybe most of the community knows, council actually has 3 employees: the city manager, the city attorney, and the municipal judge. And in a normal year, council would do performance evaluations for all 3 employees. This, of course, was not a normal year because we replaced our city manager. Our last city manager retired at the end of last year, and we were so lucky to have engaged Nuria this spring. And so it was too early to give a performance review for Nuria this year. And then, of course, our city attorney retired this spring. And a couple of weeks ago, we replaced him with a new city attorney, Teresa Taylor Tate, and she'll be starting on December 1. So obviously we can't review her as well. What got lost in that little shuffle was the performance review of our outstanding municipal judge. And her raise. And actually 2 things happened, one caused by the pandemic and one caused by what I just mentioned. Due to the pandemic, a number of employees last year were furloughed and lost some of their pay. And we, because we've had an economic recovery here in the last few months, we've replenished the pay that they lost, but we haven't done that for our judge because she stands out, especially because she's an employee of council. And so we want to recommend 2 things today. One is to replenish or refund the money that Judge Cook lost with the furloughing last year, and that amounts to a little over $4,000. The precise numbers in the memo we received today. And the second is to actually give Judge Cook a well-deserved raise of 3%, which is about $5,000. The precise numbers in the memo. So a one-time $4,000 payment, reversing the furlough, it a raise from about $174,000 to $179,000. And then, of course, we'll have a full-blown performance review of all 3 of our city employees next year by whoever's on the personnel committee. So that's the recommendation that Rachel and I are making tonight, and we just need a vote of council after a public hearing to approve that. And Rachel, anything that I missed there?
No, just that we are the interim members of this committee, and I really appreciate you passing that off.
And if I'll after we have our public hearing, I'll make the motion and recite the precise numbers. I was just using round numbers, but I'll have it in front of us when we get to motion time. Sam.
Excellent, perfect. So council, any questions? Great. Seeing no questions, I would open a public hearing, but we have no one signed up. So I'll open it. And Alicia, we don't have anyone signed up, do we? No. All right, with that, I'll bring public hearing to a close and return it to council for a motion and action.
So I'll go ahead and make the motion since I have the numbers in front of me. I move that we approve a one-time restorative payment to Judge Linda Cook in the amount of, hold on just a second, the amount of $4,140.44. That's the one-time payment. That'll be paid, I believe, in November. And the second part of the motion is that we increase Judge Cook's annual compensation retroactive to July 1, 2020 from a prior salary of $174,193.14 to a new salary of $179,418.93.
Second.
Very good. Bob, would you like to speak to your motion?
Well, I mean, Judge Cook has been our municipal judge for over 20 years, and we are so lucky and blessed to have her lead us. And of course, we hear from her on a quarterly basis and all the wonderful, innovative things that she's doing, not only here in Boulder, but she's actually considered a national leader. She and a few other judges around the country started a Municipal Judges Association that's a national organization that's affiliated with the National League of Cities. And we are so lucky to have a progressive and forward-looking and creative judge who provides justice in our community with the right balance, and we're so fortunate to hear from her from time to time, and so I'm just sorry that it's taken us so long to get this raise in place, but I'm glad that it's retroactive to the time it would have otherwise been put in place.
Thank you, Bob. Rachel?
Well, my hand was up I was going to second Bob's motion and try and articulate what he just said so well about appreciating Judge Cook's work and how impressive she is and how lucky we are to have her. So support.
Awesome. Thank you. Mary?
What Bob and Rachel said.
Very good. All right. We have a motion and a second. And Alicia, if you would walk us through the roll call vote.
All right, sir. Councilmember Swetlick.
Yes.
Wallach.
Aye.
Weaver.
Aye.
Yates.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Brockett.
Aye.
Friend.
Yes.
And Nagel.
Aye.
The action motion approved, sir, unanimously.
Excellent. And if you would take us to the next agenda item.
All right, next on tonight's agenda is item number 5, matters from the city manager. 5A is the Excel Energy Partnership update.
Thank you very much. Nuria.
Yep, thanks so much. And we heard from Jonathan earlier today, so we're going to skip right over him today and go to Carolyn for an update.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Council. Carolyn Elam, I'm the Senior Manager for our Energy Systems work within the Department of Climate Initiatives. I'm really excited to be speaking to you about our Excel partnership, both on the eve of the 1-year anniversary of our community's decision to move back up under franchise and enter into this partnership, but also to have the opportunity to really thank the outgoing members, as Jonathan did, of our council, who've been so instrumental in advancing our energy goals over the years, as well as this partnership. And especially thanks to you, Mayor Weaver, for all of your work on this partnership. So really excited to talk about it. I am very cognizant of the time, though, so I will try and keep my remarks brief. We did share a memo with council and the community really summarizing some of the progress so far, but we definitely have some time for questions or comment after my presentation. So give me a second, I will share my screen. Great, and I believe everybody can see the presentation now.
Yes, it's not in presentation mode, but we can see the slides.
There we go. Perfect.
There you go. There you go.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to give a very high level summary of kind of where we're at today related to the actual execution of the franchise and some of the core pieces we put into place, and I'll dive into some of the specifics. But again, last November 3rd, our community made the decision to enter back into the franchise and the partnership. Council moved that forward through the ordinance change, and Excel filed the franchise agreement with the Public Utilities Commission for acceptance. I will, acknowledge, and we spoke with council about this at the previous 2 updates, the one in February as well as June. While, the franchise agreements typically move pretty expeditiously through the PUC process, ours did actually have to go through a formal litigation process. We did have the intervention of parties in it. I'm really seeking to understand, some of the nuances specific to our partnership related to the emission reduction goals, the specific targets for Excel, as well as some of the opt-outs. And so through the course of the spring and summer, the city staff, as well as, supported Excel, as well as other parties in working through that litigation process. And we have since gotten that PUC approval. But just noting that, it occurred, it's now official, but it went into effect in September. So while the partners really worked to move things forward, I think we did have to be very cognizant of the backdrop, some of that delay presented, and some of the uncertainty, not knowing if the PUC might require changes that we had to take back to our voters. And so just want to caveat a little bit of when we talk about the types of projects we've been executing and the work we've been doing, it is set against some of that backdrop. We did, however, really focus on standing up the governance, really putting in place our teams, our executive team, our oversight teams, recruiting and seating our community advisory panel, and I'll talk about this in more detail shortly. And everybody's familiar with this, but really centering this partnership is about advancing our community's goals specific to those that Jonathan talked to earlier and council has adopted around reducing our emissions. It really acknowledges the importance of addressing the emissions associated with our electricity supply as well as our gas supply. It's really centered around our goals, 100% renewable electricity, and we retain that goal, even though we know that currently Excel is not projected to get to that. So part of our goal is to close that gap, really to advance our goals for local generation, electrify our transportation and buildings, boost the resilience of our community's energy system as we face some of the changes that we expect through the stresses that are going to come with climate change, and really to center equity more within the work that we're doing and really close some of the inequities that currently exist in our energy systems. Those are the priorities that are outlined in the agreements itself. I did want to talk about some of the key principles, though, that really underline this. And I realized that council has received some questions from our community about how much have we reduced emissions? How have the projects really had this immediate impact? And I just want to remind us that, the partnership is about helping us create the systemic change that we talk about, that we really need if we're going to counter climate change, if we're really going to have the magnitude of impact we have. And so this is really a screen in the way we need to think about these projects. We really need to remain resilient, of course, in the face of climate change. But we really need to also focus on replicable, scalable solutions that benefit beyond our boundaries. These need to have lasting systemic change, not just short-term things that have a near-term impact. And these are really the lenses that we look at. It also really, frames the fact that we're not doing easy things. We're doing things that require material change to existing systems. There's legislative changes that have to happen, regulatory changes that have to happen. These projects require planning and execution. And so, while our community may not see the immediate impact, there will be these large stepwise impacts that we're going to see that don't just affect our goals, but affect our state level goals. And so with that in mind, we'll talk about some of the work we're doing. So starting with the governance structure, I've talked about this previously, so I won't go extensively into it, but really the partnership agreement envisioned this integrated structure that starts with an executive team made up of our executives from both the city and Excel. They empower an oversight team made up of the senior staff and leaders within those organizations to really execute the work. We work very closely with our community advisory panel to advise and help prioritize that work to really bring the voice of the community forward. And then we work through project teams to execute some of the specific projects. Those project teams will be made up not just of staff from Excel or from the city, but also other partners as well as community members will really be responsible for executing those individual activities. We did talk about the seating of our advisory panel. We're really excited to have the members that we were able to recruit. We did start recruitment again in February of this year. That process, we just seat the panel and complete our interviews towards the latter part of May. We did have some initial meetings with our advisory panel to really work on some of the team building and laying some of the initial foundation. So the working agreements, we did actually hire a facilitation organization to help us with this. Our first panel meeting was at the end of July, where we did some breakout sessions that allowed the panel members to get to know each other, to start to level set where they were at as far as their goals and objectives, and start to bring that work forward for a formal business meeting that we're planning for November to really start to dive into the work of the panel. We've also provided some background information in a webinar to really answer questions that they might have, because not everybody started at the same place of understanding as to how the initial set of projects were identified or how franchises work. So really providing kind of that baselining of information. So we are excited to really now dive into the business side of this and really start to frame out the projects. I did want to take a moment to really acknowledge my core partners in this work, which is our project oversight team. Along with myself, I'm joined by my counterpart at Excel, Iffy Jennings, in really facilitating this work. But we have, really just some amazing folks from both sides, the city and Excel, who are really providing that day-to-day reach out into the organization. These folks have been working with us since the start of this to really start to bring clarity around the project list, the scope of what we might do, to start to gather all the baseline information we need and really start to vision some of the projects that are going to go forward. So I just definitely wanted to call them out. A couple of them are here today, but these are really great folks, and I'm so honored to be working with them. What the project team is really, oversight team has really been focused on is taking that initial set of projects that were identified by the city, by our council members, by the community, and by Excel during the negotiation, and really starting to frame those with a little bit more clarity around how they connect to goals, where we have existing programs in place versus where there's opportunity to really build on them. Most of them were not discrete projects per se, but rather areas of opportunity, starting to bend those together and really think about where the synergies are, and also the types of expertise we're going to need to bring forward to really frame out and charter the projects that we're actually going to execute going forward. This is now a conversation that we bring to our advisory panel to really start to vision how these will move forward. This is the project list. I am not going to walk through each of these in detail. I'm very happy to answer any questions. I do have highlights for some of these as we move forward in the presentation that I'll talk to you. I'm just showing this to really illustrate that we have started scoping some of the work. Some things are in business case development, and others are really pending kind of that visioning process we want to work through with our community and our panel. So this will all be carrying forward. I also want to say, this is the list we started with. This is not intended to be the only projects that get executed. We're really creating a process by which new ideas will come in, that we need to respond to changing conditions, new legislation that opens up opportunity, or ideas that come forward. So as next steps, with really in this planning work, it's really working with our community advisory panel to start to focus in on this. We do have a plan to have a conversation with them to select their top priorities and start to have discussion with our executive teams and project teams about where they really vision our community's needs being, to really start to charter out those individual projects over the coming months and further refine and prioritize that work. Again, I want to say these are the longer term projects, the ones that are going to require more substantial resources and investments. And these are the ones we really want to have that community conversation as we prioritize, understand what their potential impacts are and how they advance our community's goals. So with that, I'll dive into some actual project highlights where we're kind of at. And I'm going to start talking about our key area of grid modernization. This really is talking about improving what we have today and really moving it towards the vision of the future. Some of the key areas are that have been identified with this are really like improving our reliability through undergrounding, our distribution system, implementing system upgrades at our substations and our distribution system to really shore that up against future outages and the impacts that we're going to see from different weather extremes or other events and types of stressors our community can expect as we move forward through some of the changes we will expect with our changing climate. We really want to identify and harden some of our critical infrastructure. So thinking about our key assets, like I have the photo of one of our water treatment plants down there. It's really identifying those, making sure we're using the expertise at Excel to really shore those facilities up and ensure that in the event we do have an outage, these are the first to be restored so that we don't disrupt the flow of the community, the support system for the community. And then really visioning more towards the future, it's really planning what the distribution future system of the future needs to look like. the system that's going to support widespread adoption of solar, distributed generation, battery storage, electrification of our buildings and transportation, and how do we really move what we have today towards that place where we can really be successful and enable that vision that we have and the technologies that we need to adopt. So overall, the team has done quite a bit of work really looking at the current status of the reliability of the system. We've been analyzing some of the outage data, some of the types of errors or system interruptions that we see to start to understand where some of our vulnerabilities might be. This has informed some of our work in undergrounding. Again, we've identified some of our critical infrastructure, and we'll also highlight Chautauqua, which really is kind of a model of how you bring some of this together in the modernization of the grid, and both thinking about securing a historic site and shoring it up against future impacts. We're really working with the Chautauqua team and the city staff to really put pen to paper and vision what that potential business plan looks like and business case looks like for really moving that system forward, thinking about things like undergrounding the distribution system that supports that, improving the reliability of the site through upgrades to the electrical infrastructure, enabling electrification of the facilities on site, and thinking about the role of renewables. And so we do have a team working on that business plan, and we'll start to present some of those, the implications in terms of cost and execution to the team in the coming months. We're really on the cusp of really starting to move that forward. We've talked about the first 1% undergrounding project. If you've driven up North Broadway of late, you've probably seen quite a bit of it. We're really excited this project is starting to near completion overall. This is really undergrounding that entire main line that runs from Violet up to 36. We're doing this in conjunction with the city's North Broadway reconstruction project. This is really leveraging an existing project to maximize the investment we can make. It's also tackling an area that we've known we've wanted to underground for some time, both to support reliability of some of those surrounding areas. This is a system that feeds not just the businesses and residents along North Broadway, but runs into feeders up through those neighborhoods to some of our communities that we really want to ensure that we have reliable service to. It also creates a pathway for future redevelopment of this area by moving that line into an underground position. So it's a great project. We're also planning and starting to evaluate future projects, including conjunction with some of the work around 19th and potentially some of the East Arapahoe work as well. So we're in varying stages of engineering evaluation of what those projects could look like. So we expect to make some decisions about the next phases of the work next year. Streetlights, it's always my favorite topic. I know everybody loves our streetlights. It's a very passionate topic amongst our community. We do have approximately 4,500 streetlights that are owned and operated by Xcel Energy. We've long been exploring ways by which to convert those to more efficient LEDs and also improve the overall reliability of the system. We have explored some options with them, and in partnership with them, we're also exploring the opportunity for the city to actually acquire the system and take control over where we're taking the system. We have completed the baseline study of what Xcel can do through their existing programs. And we've also secured a full audit of the system, as well as the separation study. So we understand where the points of separation we need to be. The next steps, we're working with a consultant to finish out that business plan, to understand what our costs of engineering and construction would be, to vision how we may design the LED conversion. And I show this map here because as you look at this, you can see that we have areas of very high density street lighting, as well as areas that are underlit within our community. We really want to vision this project as really trying to meet the community's needs better and really reimagining what the systems look like. This may include removing lights in areas that currently are overlit or maybe better lit through LED, as well as closing in some of those gaps in areas that are currently not well served. So this is the type of consultant we brought forward is really going to help us vision that engineering design And that will be the business plan that we bring forward to council early next year for consideration around the decision to start negotiation for acquiring. So it'll evaluate the various different options and present the total life cycle costs, so including our long-term operations and maintenance implications for the system. And that will be a discussion we'll have early next year. And again, this is where we're at, kind of baselining that system. I wanted to show this because, you know, I really think it's important. We know that a lot of LED conversions have just taken the existing light, thrown an LED in there, and it's created an experience that has not been satisfactory to the community. That's not the strategy that's going to work here. We really need to do a detailed study of what lighting requirements need to be to really figure out what the proper LED conversion looks like. And like I said, where we may need to retire or add additional lighting. So this is the type of study our vendor is going to work through with us. We will implement pilots to start to inform that. So getting feedback from the community through a engagement process, and really thinking about our strategy for community engagement throughout any kind of transition we would move forward. Electrification is certainly a priority for our community. We need to not just clean up our electricity supply, but then move our buildings and our vehicles onto clean electricity. So this is a priority of the project. We're looking at a number of different things. For example, what happens if we want to electrify an entire segment of the community so that we can retire existing gas infrastructure. Excel has completed an initial study to really see what would be required in terms of building out the electrical supply. This is to a major downtown area that I think we're all very familiar with, where we have high density businesses, restaurants, and really understanding what the implications are, similar to a study that Excel did with Denver to see what the cost implications, do we have enough substation capacity? We'll use this to start to inform types of projects that move forward. We're also working with Excel and other partners on a potential financing solution for community members who want to undertake electrification of their home or business. I think anybody, and I know Mary and others have explored electrifying their home and understand that it's a monumental upfront cost. And we really need to break down that barrier. We made really great progress and are excited to see where this is going. I also want to really take a moment to acknowledge the work of our Senator Steve Fenberg and his leadership in moving forward. What is really I'm a legislative change I remain in awe of, and I've been working in this area for quite a long time. Senate Bill 261, attacked our 120% real modification we were looking for, but it did so much more. And it really paves the way, not just for electrification, but also our renewable goals. And I think this is really important. We are going to move into rulemaking for some of the components of that. So we'll be seeing some of the effects of that and start to vision how we're going to leverage that to move projects forward with the city. Excel has already implemented the raise in the cap to 200%. So some of the benefits are already being realized by folks who are bringing new projects through. So there's great progress there, and we're continuing to look at strategies to drive more electric vehicle adoption, including our own city fleet. I do want to spend a little bit of time on this topic of really closing the gap and what does that mean. At the beginning, we noted when we were on a pathway to municipalization, the 100% renewable electricity goal was met by having full control over the power we purchase and the attributes that go with that. Within an Excel partnership, which brings the benefit of the actions we take have broader implication across the state, we have to reimagine how we measure and define what 100% renewable electricity is and the types of projects that get us there. So there's been a lot of work, seeking to model and understand what that gap might be, and really working with our community to talk about the specific values that define success. And I'll talk a little bit more about this. Again, we focused a lot on putting some of the key tools in place. So in addition to the work that Senator Fender did with his bill, I'll also talk about some of the leadership our team has brought and a new concept that's been proposed as part of the ERP testimony that the city filed earlier this month. So understanding the gap, I think we know, the state mandate is that our utility has to achieve an 80% reduction over their 2005 baseline by 2030. Alice Jackson spoke to council in our community in June about their vision for where they're going to be and the likelihood of achieving closer to 85 or even 86% reduction compared to that baseline. That's going to equate to a net level of emissions at the system level. And then our percent of that will be based on the amount of use that the city has. Right? We really use this as a baseline. Our teams are working together to gather all that data to understand some of the different growth scenarios. So for example, do we see high adoption of electrification of our buildings, or do we see moderate? How does that affect our impact on that overall distribution? And that tells us the gap or the net emissions that we need to close. And that will be then a model that we can use to test different scenarios. So there will be some that explicitly impact just our local emissions and don't necessarily change the overall system level. There are other strategies that will have a net impact on that system level. And just to put it into context, I believe, the numbers around 80% emissions reduction that Alice spoke to us about is roughly 6.8 million metric tons of carbon emissions in 2030. The 85% gets us closer to 4.3 million for Excel. A 1% change in that number equates to roughly 370,000 metric tons. That's a pretty significant impact if we can implement projects that can move Excel's reduction on a system level, even just 1%. So some of the strategies we want to look at are really focused around these scalable solutions that move not just our community forward, but the other communities who represent really 35% of the Excel service territory who have similar goals to ours. Defining success, we've heard a lot of thoughts about, we could be 100% renewable today if we just subscribe to wind source, to, we have to have additionality, we have to displace fossil fuels. This is something we're really planning to dive very deeply into with our advisory panel to make sure that we're all level setting around the same types of values. And I, include just a little bit of a primer here, because the interesting thing with renewables is they come with two attributes. One is the actual electrons and where you're getting your power from. The other is this renewable attribute that can be sold. It can be treated as a commodity. And so there are ways by which, we could effectively claim as a community to be 100% renewable electricity without having a single impact on global emissions, right? It's buying renewable attributes versus we may never be able to claim that we're 100% renewable, but we've so reduced our net emissions, we've accomplished a similar goal. And so these are the things that we're going to have to weigh as we think about the projects going forward. And so I just wanted to name that because it's a complicated conversation we need to have with the community. There's even this, we have a lot of thought leadership from our community around this idea of time and renewables. That actually means that we're managing how we use our energy to really align with when those renewables are generating. We're using storage and other means. Is that success? If we fully move Boulder's load? I think these are the things that we have ideas around as city staff, and we are really excited to start to talk to the community about some of the strategies that get us to each of these values. I do think we've made some monumental changes that really lay the groundwork. Again, with some of the net metering changes, obviously these have to move through rulemaking and get into put into place. But the thing about them is they're not just affecting Excel, they're affecting the state. So every person in Colorado now benefits who wants to adopt solar or move these projects forward. So it's a great change that's going to have material effect in the coming years. There's also been changes to solar garden legislation of late that open the door for us to also think about how those programs benefit our community, whether it's developing our own city sites or really thinking about how we better serve our low-income community members, and not just through small-scale projects like we're piloting now, but really tackling every member of our community that doesn't have access to renewable energy, who will benefit from the way solar gardens can help address long-term affordability of energy. The other thing I wanted to mention, and we alluded to this in the memo, is the city did file about 90 pages of testimony as part of Excel's electric resource plan and clean energy plan filing with the Public Utilities Commission. A lot of this touches on proposals from Excel and largely supportive of some of their desired outcomes, in particular, some of their long lead time projects that get us to net zero generation assets. We did also propose a strategy by which communities could really help Excel make those big changes and really bring additional renewables. I often reflect on conversations Leslie Lustrom's had with council about the last acquisition that Excel went through. There were renewable projects or energy storage projects that did get left on the table for various reasons. Either they were slightly higher cost or maybe had higher risk around their ability to deliver. There were attributes to them that left them on the table, but there could be strategies by which communities like ours could enable them to acquire those assets. So Matt Lehrman with our team put together this concept. It's a very elegant one that I won't try and really walk through in detail today. I think that really gets into a lot of the technical details, and it also, there's a lot of work to be done on it, but it's really elegant for a way that communities like ours, and not just ours, we're talking about Denver and the other communities, can elect to participate and really help address some of the financial risk concerns, and not necessarily in a way that costs the community more money. If you think about products like Renewable Connect that's available today, you get credit for, you pay for the service, but you also get credit for the benefits that it brings. And so what Matt has really proposed is a combination of how we can drive more renewables, but also receive credit as a community for the benefits we bring in terms of our leadership in load management or solar adoption or storage adoption. And so we're really looking forward to moving this through the PUC process. And this is one that we're really talking in partnership with Excel. We often think about testimony we file as a shot over the bow at what the utility has filed. This is really something we're planning to work on together and really explore the opportunity around. And so this could really be the key foundation that we need to make a real material change towards our goal. So we're very excited to see that go forward. And I put Matt's quote on there because we all loved it about, we need to rethink the way the utility supplies cold beer and warm showers. And, it made it into testimony. So we're going to continue to propagate that. So those are kind of the project updates. I did want to share this with council and the community as just, kind of the look ahead, things to keep their eye on. This is the list of all the ongoing and upcoming filings that Excel will be making. Each of these present opportunity for us as a community, as well as us as partners, to start to think about ways we can influence these new projects or facilitate them. So we're keeping our eye on a number of these, including the distribution system plan, which we've already kicked off some of the stakeholder work related to that, as well as some of the rulemaking for the upcoming renewable energy standard plan. So there is a lot of opportunity here to start to put some of the foundational pieces, and we will continue to participate in these as well as watch for other opportunities. One final thought, I talk about this. This is a huge team. It cuts across the entire city organization. It touches every department, and we have an amazing group of folks who are working on each of these projects. And this is just a sampling. There's others that are showing up each and every day. And so this really is something the city as a whole is really committed to seeing the success. And it's been a really great experience to work with all of these folks as we move these objectives forward. So with that, I will say thank you, and I will happily answer any questions from council.
Thank you, Carolyn. This was an excellent presentation, and I just want to say that the breadth of kind of topic areas that have been touched in your report just now is pretty incredible. And so I do have a few questions, but I wanted to start out by saying, I really appreciate how staff has dug into this partnership so quickly, especially given the fact that it took until September of this year for the franchise to be approved. So fantastic work. So my first questions are about undergrounding, because I think the hope the council had was that that would be the kind of the first actions that we take on resilience. It looks like that's coming to pass. So thank you and congratulations for that. I want to give a thumbs up, but had two questions about it. One is there's been a commitment made about catching up, right? And so catching up is, about $1 million or $2 million a year, and it added up to around 15 million, hand waving, give or take. How are we tracking that commitment is met? So I know that we'll have projects, but how are we lining those up with dollars and making sure that we're getting fully caught up, as well as continuing to underground it each year as we pay in?
Right. So the process is as we enter into these projects, Excel prepares an initial cost estimate of what that credit would be, and what the total project cost would be, what comes from the 1%, what other considerations there might be. We expect some of these projects may have additional funding sources, like some of the betterment funds that come, but they'll provide that initial accounting, and then at the end of the project, we will true up those final costs, and we'll continue to track those as a project oversight team to make sure that we're truly trained up against that target and the catch-up dollars.
Excellent. Yeah, I think it'll be important to make sure that that gets reported regularly at the governance level, just to make sure that everybody can keep their eyes on, when we are caught up. We'd like to tell the community we're caught up, whether it's 3 or 4 years, because I think that's such a tangible outcome that we want to track it. And then one question that was raised, and it's been a constant issue around undergrounding, is, Excel more or less fully manages that undergrounding fund, right? But they don't actually keep it necessarily in a fund like a pot of money that's fully accounted. And some critics of the settlement had talked about that money won't actually be available to Boulder because the PUC will prevent that. So are there any concerns about us being able to catch up? Because I hope you've heard about concerns if there are any.
Yes, I'll do my best, and I'll let Jonathan weigh in as well. I think, as you noted, there isn't a quote 1% undergrounding fund. It is, in fact, an accounting. It's all part of the broader program that Excel presents as part of their rate case for managing their distribution assets, right? And so what it means is that a community has the ability to help direct a portion of those funds equivalent to 1% of the revenues. It both doesn't constrain the amount of investment that Excel will make based on what the needs are to serve that community. It just provides a minimum threshold by which we can help govern some of that investment. I think that is that was the clarifications that were presented throughout the litigation process by Excel and in their responses. And I think through our settlement as part of that process, just really clarifies that ultimately Excel, as they currently do today, and with all of the other communities that have that same 1%, they have to justify as part of their rate case the recovery of those dollars. But we still have the commitment, and there was nothing that changed the availability of those dollars to us as a community. Did I capture that well, Jonathan, or my friends in legal here?
No, thanks, Caroline. I thought that was great. The one piece that I would add, just for clarification, when Carolyn refers to settlement, that was really the settlement in our PUC proceedings. So there were other parties that were part of that case that were raising that concern. And so through the settlement of those parties, I think that issue was really addressed, as Carolyn mentioned.
Awesome. That's great news. And then the only other question I had, I got a bunch of comments, but a question, you talked about financing building electrification and how the upfront costs are such a huge challenge to being able to do that for most homeowners. What kind of progress have you made in thinking about that so far? Like how will the partnership potentially be implicated in financing upfront electrification investments?
Yeah, so as background on that, we did participate in the 2021-2022 demand side management program filing at the Public Utilities Commission, in which Several of our parties advocated for exploration of a non-bill solution. Excel has stood up a working group to focus on that. And they've held a couple of working sessions. We've really participated at a heightened level within that, and really brought some of our leadership to thinking about what that vision could be, how we want to enable electrification, and we'll continue to support Excel. They have developed a preliminary model that they will present to the stakeholders in December. They did preview for that for us, as well as some of our partners from Denver and some of our state energy office, as well as some of our advocacy groups that we're partnered with around electrification as a whole. I'm really excited about what they've proposed. I think it's really a huge step, and it would be a tariff-based solution, meaning that they would help you finance the cost of that project and recover it through ongoing tariffs on your utility bill. So those would transfer to new owners in the event that you weren't able to fully enjoy the benefits of your investment. It's one of the big barriers we've had. And the solution they're proposing provides a no to low cost pathway for that financing. So the cost of financing, it's obviously has to go through a significant process to file that and put it into fruition. I mean, I think separately we'll look at other pathways to include potential legislation to enable it, but I think the design is there and the commitment's there. And then as partners, it's really how do we create the supply chain and the other pieces that are going to make that successful, because it's not just about breaking down the financial barrier. It's also about making sure that you can actually get the thing you want. And that is to a challenge. And so we're really partnering around workforce training, workforce development, as well as how we structure future rebates and work with some of our partner utilities to really drive the market transformation that's necessary to make all of this come together. But I'm very excited about where we're at. It's been a great partnership around that topic.
Well, that is fantastic news. I just have a trivial question about that. Why is that under the demand side management rubric? Because it's, it doesn't seem to me it's going to increase demand and not reduce it. So why is electrification part of DSN?
That's a great question. Part of the mandate of demand side management is also around emissions reduction. And as we clean up our electricity supply, right, we know that we need to transition away from natural gas. And there are targets around natural gas reduction. There's also an expectation within that portfolio to facilitate electrification as really the best pathway going forward. And so it showed up there. I think it's going to show up in other places as well, including potentially the Renewable Energy Standard Plan to start to incorporate. We know solar is a great part of making this economically viable, and we want to also allow storage and other technologies to be brought into that. It was the first opportunity to really surface it, I would say, is part of it as well. But it's also landed with a good team in Excel to really explore it, which I think is helpful towards advancing our goals.
Awesome. Council, other questions? Any feedback? All right, well, I'll weigh in with a few more points because it's my last crack at this. I love the street lighting stuff that you've got going on. I look forward to that. And I think the community will be really interested in seeing that. I want to point out that, we have seen some tangible benefits and we'll see more of our partnership with Excel along the lines of legislation statewide. Now, they have not come around to our way of looking at the world completely, but they honored their commitment with 120% lifting that cap and going up to 200. And that's a huge thing that I think this council in particular can feel good about, because this council put that settlement on the ballot, it got approved. And one of the things that happened within a year is not only us doing things for us, which is undergrounding, but that 120% cap going up is huge. It's statewide. And so the impacts of that are felt scalably beyond our border. And I think we should all be proud of that, especially the team that made that all happen down at the State House, which includes Senator Fenberg, among others, as you pointed out. Really, Senator Fenberg championed that He used the opening of the 120% cap lift to work on other things as well. And so like this electrification work, I think whatever we come up with there that we help participate in designing will also potentially be scaled across other cities and potentially the whole state. So I think that's worth noting. And I want to ask, I know that this might be controversial for the people who pay close attention to this, but I still want to just ping this concept. We have all this gas infrastructure, like every town does, right? We've got natural gas running to every building in town, basically. And yes, we'd like to electrify everything as soon as we can, but in the meantime, there's this infrastructure that's going to be around for another 20 to 40 years, decades anyway. So has there been any talk about renewable natural gas? So truly renewable, like, is there a way that we as a city can buy into some way to leverage the infrastructure? Since we can't electrify everything all at once, is there a way that we can make our natural gas better than it is now? And I'll just put that out there. Is that a conversation that the team has been having?
Yes, and I would say a few things. I would start trying to think of where to start. And I think first I would name our existing work in that area within the city, and really the leadership from our water utilities side of the house, and just naming the fact that we're doing that today. We are producing renewable natural gas at the water resource recovery facility, formerly called the wastewater treatment plant, and injecting that into Excel's gas pipeline and selling that renewable natural gas to Western Disposal for use in their fleet. And so that is in place today. And I think renewable natural gas has an extremely important role, especially for our heavy fleet conversion. We know the electrification technologies aren't there today. I think there are other applications, particularly when we think about the fact that technology is not ready for some of our industrial operations. My general comment regarding its continued use in building operations is one of the net benefits that I would cite around electrification that we cannot achieve with renewable natural gas is really addressing the emissions of our buildings and their contribution to ozone and other pollutants, right? So our combustion appliances in our buildings are worse than power plants at this point in contributing to ozone. And so we still want to move towards electrification, but I want to definitely say that particularly for some time to come, there are definite needs for transition to renewable natural gas as well. And those are going to be topics we will explore.
That is fantastic. And then I guess the final comment I'll make is I didn't quite follow all the details because you didn't give them wisely about the net zero communities work. But that also sounds extremely exciting in a lot of ways. So being able to come up with a way that we participate in putting more renewables on the grid. And that's fundamental to closing the gap, it seems to me, that if that idea that you all are talking about, that you highlighted Matt Lehrman for, if there's a way to advance that, that seems scalable as well. And it seems really important. So I'll just close by saying thank you. This is really, really good work. I'm happy to see the partnership kind of being a catalyst. Some of this would happen independent perhaps, but it's got us all thinking about this cluster of issues all together. So Council, one last chance. I don't need to be the only one talking here if any of you have anything. Okay, well, apparently this was all for me and I appreciate it very much.
Well, thank you. And I just have one correction to make, Mayor. I fully expect that we just are moving into a new phase of collaboration on this partnership with you. So, and I look forward to those conversations. So thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much. And with that, I think, Alicia, we have one more item. Is that correct?
That is, excuse me. That is correct, sir. Item number on our agenda tonight is item number 7, matters from the mayor and members of council. 7A is the discussion on in-person and hybrid meeting attendance.
Awesome. And this was brought up by a council member who just wanted to check in, Nuria, and see that we're still tracking for hybrid / in-person for November 9th and the 16th.
Thank you, Mayor. And may I just say on the previous conversation that this is why we will miss you as you step off of council. Your depth and breadth of knowledge and support of climate initiatives, I will say, are just so appreciated by the city organization. So just a little mention of thank you as you continue to push us, hopefully after you leave council. So on COVID, I'll transition and just say thank you so much for the question. I want to say we've had a really great conversation with the county and want to thank them for their support and guidance. Just this afternoon, we clarified with them what it would take for council to come back and not have to use a mask when speaking, which was your preferred mode of moving forward at the last time we spoke on this issue. And what we've clarified with the county is that this event would not in fact qualify as a public performance exemption, because that would require all of council to be at least 12 feet apart from each other. And the constraints of chamber really just don't allow for that. But it would qualify if we wanted to do so, and we are prepared to do so, as a fully vaccinated event that would allow council to be entirely unmasked, though masks while not speaking are still strongly encouraged. So I just want to also say that we're still at level red for transmission, and we anticipate the meeting would be hybrid, allowing those council members who want to be present to join in person, but also allowing for others to participate in line, because we understand not everyone is comfortable in coming back in person or may have some other underlying health conditions or reasons why they cannot come back. Staff participation would largely be virtual as well, allowing for essential support staff to also be in person. And we'd also remain virtual for the public as well. We would be contacting for the November 16th meeting incoming council members to verify their preferences for in-person or virtual attendance after the election as well. But for more detail, I'll ask our Assistant City Manager, Pam Davis, who really has been the main lead on those conversations with the county, to provide us sort of more of the details of what that would look like. And then we'd love to hear your preferences as you move forward. Pam?
Thanks, Nuria, and thanks, council, at this late hour. I'm Pam Davis. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm an assistant city manager, and I've been serving as the city's COVID recovery manager for the long year and a half we've been in this. So as Nuria shared, if council does confirm tonight that we'd like to move forward with in-person council meetings that would allow you all to remove your face coverings in the room together, then we would just need to receive final approval from Boulder County Public Health that would allow for our council meetings to be known as vaccine verified events. And this is really the only opportunity to have an exemption from the current indoor mask mandate at the county. So in order to qualify for this process, 95% of individuals participating in the meeting in person will have to provide proof of vaccination to the city. And so in our case, we do recommend limiting in-person participation to council members and city employees who provide direct support to the council proceedings. Staff presenters, individuals hesitant to participate in person, members of the public, unvaccinated individuals, and those not wishing to disclose their status, they would all still be accommodated with virtual participation. We have a couple of recommendations as we would proceed with this. While the approval of the meeting to become a fully vaccinated event would mean that no one is required to mask, we would still recommend generally that individuals would keep their face coverings on and simply remove them when speaking to one another or when really needing that face-to-face contact. In addition, the scope that we would anticipate being covered by this program would only include council chambers for the duration of council meetings. So face coverings would still be required within the municipal building to protect any individuals you might come across outside of that council chambers environment. And then finally, if we're directed to continue moving forward, we will go ahead and follow up tonight's meeting quickly with a message to all of you asking who plans to attend in person on November 9th and would provide those final details and instructions regarding the logistics of how to show proof of vaccination and what to expect when entering the building. And then, as Nuria mentioned, we would be following up with new council members to verify their participation as well after the election. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Otherwise, I welcome your discussion.
Awesome. Thank you, Nuria. Thank you, Pam. Council, bring it back to us. Questions at all? So comments. Aaron and then Rachel. Aaron.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Rachel.
I just want to laugh a little bit that we don't count as performers because sometimes it does feel that way. But I'm also very supportive.
Thumbs up from me as well. Sounds like a good plan. Pam, send us a note and tell us what we need to do, and we'll do it.
Awesome. Adam.
Yeah, I don't want people to forget how tall I am, so let's do it.
Mary.
I don't want people to forget how short I am, so let's do it.
All right, very good. So it's pretty clear, I think, that we'll meet in person and we'll have the hybrid option. So we won't require any commitments. We'll do that by email. But it's clear that we have a majority who wants to get together in person. So the 9th is easier than the 16th, I think. So let's consider the 9th dealt with for tonight. And then for the 16th, normally we've done this, and I know it's not a normal year, but I recall it being in the canyon room of the library typically so that family and friends could attend the swearing in. So the 16th, to start over, we have a meeting at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's when the new council members are sworn in. So the old council gathers, has a quorum, gavels in, swearing ins happen, and then we continue the meeting till that night. And at 6 o'clock, it starts with the new council. All that being said, normally it's a big public event. Obviously, we can't do that. So is the thinking on the 16th that we might do that in council chambers for just the council members and the newly electeds? Is that the idea?
It is, and we are also inviting we're limiting the invitations, but letting some of their immediate families come in. So we had limited numbers. We will be spacing folks out and treating it also as a hybrid, fully vaccinated event. So we will be polling them and letting them know what they need to do and having them let us know what they feel comfortable with as we move forward. And we're fully prepared with legal, and Sandra, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we believe we can do the swearing in both in person and virtually for those members of our incoming council that do not feel so comfortable. So we have thought about it. We are ready to do this in chambers, and we just need a sort of a count for who wants to come in and who does not feel comfortable yet to do so. Did I miss anything?
Okay. Well, I think this sounds wonderful. I think it's great to hear that there's a plan for the 16th. That one's actually more complex. So it sounds like we have a plan. Rachel.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you probably already said this, but how will we confirm to you that we're vaccinated and all of the family members and new people coming in as well? Or is that an email to?
Pam, you want to take it? Although we're going to try to do low tech and maybe high tech, so it depends, but we will. Pam, I'll let you take that one.
Yeah, we spoke with the county a little bit. So with the employee mandate, we have some technology that we're enlisting, but it will not be ready by November 16th. So we're thinking very low tech. We'll appoint a city staff member to be kind of the designated verifier, and that person's responsibility will be to check those vaccine cards at the door, essentially. We would prefer not to exchange that information electronically over email if we don't have to.
And just to check in as a follow-up, will it be okay to have a photo of your vaccine card as long as it's got the right name and everything? So you can use, okay, super.
Exactly.
All right, great. Sounds like you all are all over this, which is to be expected with you guys. So thank you very much for that. And it sounds like council's good to go with in person on the 9th and the 16th. So I think that was all that we intended for this item. With that, any other, Rachel?
Just one more question. For the 9th and the 16th, will press be invited or included?
So we have not, we have at the moment decided not to, but we will continue to think about that because it falls still in line with, we will have hybrid event and we do not want members of the public inside, whoever they are, but it came up yesterday as a question. And so we'll continue to think about it.
Okay.
But if we're in keeping with safety, our initial inclination was no.
Aaron.
Well, I just want to point out, while we do have a little special meeting on the 9th on consent, this is the last business meeting for our departing council members. So I hope you're savoring every moment of your 1017 council experience on a Tuesday here.
Well, thank you for pointing that out, Aaron. It is certainly true.
And we will miss you very much. Just want to say that too.
All right. Well, with that, shall we end our last council meeting as an official council meeting? Any further comments, questions? All right, seeing none, this meeting is adjourned. Final regular council meeting at 10:18. Thank you all, and everyone have a good night. And enjoy the election, 1 week.